SPAT Special Ponies and Tactics. By Just Ding. Chapter 1, 219 Weatherfield's Canterlot Church, Hostage Rescue/Barricaded Suspects. Briefing Audio. Commander 20 Silver, Central BCC, Canterlot Sector Emergence Situation Mission Tasks. Yuan, go ahead. A entry team is requested at Sankt Faust Church in Canterlot for an hostage barricade situation. Canterlot was attacked around the time of the royal wedding as swarms of changelings broke through the shield. All civilians could be brought to safety and most of the changelings have been neutralized. But the Solar Princess, Princess Cadance, the captain of the Royal Guard and some civilians are still inside the church. The captain requests your arrival at high ground. Understood, Silver out. Briefing, today, Canterlot was in the depths of doom as swarms of changelings bursted through the magical shield which was cast by Captain Shining Armor. They caused heavy damage to the streets and houses of the city, but they were soon stopped by the Royal Guard's army. From earlier reports of civilians and Royal Guards, the Solar Princess was injured by Queen Chrysalis as she fought back to protect her subjects in the church. To the funny part, Queen Chrysalis hid herself as Princess Cadance, but the real Princess Cadance entered the church, along with a civilian, one of the bearer of elements of harmony, into the church. That was the point where all hell broke loose. All who were inside the church were taken as hostages by Queen Chrysalis. The status of Princess Celestia and the hostage are unknown. When we encounter Queen Chrysalis, caution is advised due to her advanced strength of magic. We should use her to force her folk to surrender. Objectives? Rescue all civilians, do not take them to custody this time. Secure the princesses. Neutralize Queen Chrysalis. Hostages. Princess Celestia, age unknown, presumably more than 1,000 years, she has been injured as she tried to protect her subjects. Princess Cadance, 27, she entered the church with twilight sparkle. Her status is unknown. The bearer of the elements of harmony. They participated to the wedding. Their status is unknown. Suspects. Queen Chrysalis, age unknown, she brought the real Princess Cadance to an unknown place and took Cadance's form to hide herself and infiltrate Canterlot. Now she is in the church. Changelings, probably more than hundreds, are in the church. They follow Chrysalis' commands. Summary. August 16, 10:30 a.m. 219 Weatherfields Road. St. Faust Church. Barricaded suspects/hostage rescue. A closed black chariot drives to the St. Faust Church of Canterlot, riding around debris and Royal Guard blockades as it drove on its own, moving by magic to the destination it was needed at. The magical black chariot easily swerved around many onlookers and other chariots which were stopped by the Canterlot Guard to allow the black chariot to arrive at its destination quickly. The black chariot looked like something from the Grim Reaper's garage, painted black as night with its windows tinted so black that no pony could see inside of it if they tried. The only thing that offered any identification to the owners of the vehicle were 4 great white letters are written on the left and right sides of the chariot. SPAT. With a slight jerk the black chariot stopped some meters from a crowd of ponies. Its rear doors opened swiftly as 4 heavily armed and armored unicorns jumped out. To high ground, go go go, one of them yelled with power in his voice while he and his squad made their way through the crowd of ponies towards the church. At the same time, at the top of a building next to the church, a door opened and a brown unicorn with charcoal mane stepped out of the doorway. He crouched down to prevent from being spotted by the changeling queen. He carried a sniper rifle in his magical grip. Sierra 1 to TOC, I'm in position and ready, said the unicorn to the high ground through his own radio as he lied on his belly. The barrel of the sniper rifle poked out at the edge of the roof. The Royal Guard were doing their best to keep the reporters and onlookers away from the SPAT agents so that they could get to the SPAT high ground set up under a tent near the church quickly. This is Central BCC. Multiple squad units are responding to command post at 219 Weatherfield's Canterlot Church to hostage barricade situation. Please stand by, the mayor said back at HQ to Silver Vest, the SPAT squad leader. He stood at a Royal Guard command center, looking over the building plans with 3 other SPAT unicorns, Iron Steel, Golden Plate, and Ferrum some meters in front of the Church of Canterlot. The captain of the SPAT, Sonny Bonds, a 43-years-old ex-Royal Guard member, put a headset on his head and gave the entry team the sign to start. He stayed at high ground to command further options, for example to call more ambulance chariots or trailers. A red ribbon created the border for ponies which were not SPAT members. A large crowd of ponies has been formed in front of this line, even Princess Luna was with them. But she was not allowed to enter the area. Some normal royal guards were talking to the ponies, trying to calm them down. Silver Vest was equipped with a Colt M4A1, a taser gun, a sting grenade, a breaching shotgun and an opti wand. He had dark blue fur and a blue-stroked mane. Iron Steel is equipped with a silenced HK-MP5, a Colt M1911, a smoke grenade, pepper spray and 3 bags of C4. He had gray-blue fur and a gray mane. Golden Plate is equipped with a Nova pump shotgun, a Glock 18, a flashbang, a opti wand and a plier. He had gray fur and black mane. Ferrum is equipped with a GB-36S, a taser gun, a sting grenade, pepper spray and a breaching shotgun. He had dark green fur and a brown mane and he was also the bulkiest. Every pony of them wore a bulletproof vest, enchanted with the anti-magic spell, black suits, headsets, bulletproof helmet, balaclava and protective pads on each leg. SPAT, or in full-length Special Ponies and Tactics, was a newly formed group of elite guards. They were responsible for missions that proved too difficult or deadly for the normal royal guards. Each pony that wished to join up with SPAT goes through a different apprenticeship than that of a normal royal guard. It is harder. It is longer. And it was painful at times with how far they must push themselves. Not every pony managed to pass the apprenticeship. From the 100 ponies that were chosen, only 10 become part of the elite guard for the Royal Guard and only 1, maybe 3 at most, of them will become a member of SPAT. Pegasi and Earth ponies were not allowed to enter the SPAT training course due to the need for advanced devices and tactics that can only be accomplished through the use of magic. Only for a few exceptions, like undercover agents. The reason for the SPAT's deployment this day was due to the wedding of Shining Armor and Princess Mia More Cadenza being interrupted. That wedding was held in the same church the SPAT agents were preparing to breach. Silver Vest checked his gear one final time before carrying his M4 with his magic, the rest of his equipment strapped on his back and sides. He trotted to the doors of the church, while the Royal Guard was patrolling the perimeter to hide their entry. That way the hostage takers would not know exactly where they would be attacked from. Silver waited for his squad to hide within some nearby bushes, their weapons trained on the windows while he checked if the door was locked. To his annoyance they were. "Elements, stack up with me," he commanded, his voice slightly hushed as his helmet communicated his words to his teammates. His squad followed him and stopped at the sides of the door. "Mirror under the door," he commanded to Golden Plate. Golden Plate trots to the door, strapped his Nova pump on his side, took out the opti wand and put the end with the camera through the space of the floor and door. He looked at the screen carefully, counting the number of ponies he spotted and making sure he had given a thorough viewing of the room. After a while, he puts the opti wand back on his back, unstraps his Nova pump and gives a report. Several suspects, all are changelings, along with who appears to be Queen Chrysalis. They all are unarmed but their species can perform magic. Princess Celestia is placed in a cocoon which hangs from the ceiling. Captain Shining Armor is at the altar but unmoving. Princess Cadenza stands next to Shining Armor, her hooves are engulfed in the same green slime the changelings threw all over the city, Golden Plate said in one breath, before Silver reported this new information to HQ. "Any other civilians?" Ferrum asked, fumbling at his GB-36S with his magic. "Civilian Twilight Sparkle is there along with 5 other civilians." 1 unicorn, 2 Pegasi, and 2 earth ponies. Looks like all the elements of harmony. They have all been taken as hostages, surrounded by a crowd of changelings. Silver Vest began thinking on the next plan. They could not just breach through the main entrance and confront the changelings. There were way too many changelings, and if alerted they could panic and kill their hostages. It's better for every pony if we try to take changelings into custody without needlessly wasting life, Silver thought, and shivered as he had a bad thought. And if a stray bullet were to hit the Solar Princess? Still, the lives of the hostages take priority. We must be ready to take the lives of the changelings if it will guarantee the safety of the civilians. Silver then heard his radio click with a message from the SPAT sniper. Sierra 1 to entry team, confirming visual on main target Queen Chrysalis. She appears to be standing at the altar, singing, reported. The SPAT sniper. The unicorn with the name Quickscope positioned himself on the roof of a building next to the church and aimed with the Arctic warfare through the windows of the church, while lying flat on his belly. Of course, literally everything could be ended by him. But SPAT was not like kill all suspects and then everything will be fine. He has no fire permission, only when the entry team or the hostages' lives are in sudden danger. Or he gets the command to shoot at a target. Copy that, Silver Vest said. Silver Vest then finished forming a plan. They would have to stun and restrain Queen Chrysalis. With her captured, the rest of her changeling would give up quickly and they can set free the hostages. But first they would need to find a way inside for all this to work. Silver Vest trotted around the corner of the church, remembering the plans he looked at earlier, and finally found what he was looking for. The back door, and it just so happened to be unlocked. Fall in and stack up. He commanded and pointed a hoof at the door before he put his M4 on his side and took out his Opti wand. After mirroring the door, he said, "One changeling. Don't fire at him with unsilenced weapons." Though the thick rock and woodwork of the church would muffle some of the noise, Silv did not want to risk it too much. He took a look back inside and watched the target. A sleepy-looking changeling walked around in a room filled with cleaning supplies for the janitors. The changeling was probably positioned there for guarding this room for unwanted intruders, but the changeling queen must not have thought anyone would try and get in since she only posted one guard. The rest of his squad were stacking up behind him once he relayed the information and put the Opti wand away. Each one of them felt their heart beating with anxiety as they know that failure in this mission could mean the death of their princess and many others. Silver switched to his taser gun and made sure it was loaded while feeling sweat forming under his balaclava. "We open and clear in 3, 2, 1, he said as if it were a whisper, but it was loud enough for his friends to hear as they all sprung into action. Silver Vest slammed into the door with a shoulder while opening the handle with his magic. Once inside, he shouted, "Police!" Hooves up and hit the floor, while he aimed his taser gun at the chest of the changeling. But the panicked insect could only jump in the air in a panic and looked at them in confusion as the SPAT agents rushed into the room. They quickly surrounded him faster than anything the changeling had ever seen. Iron Steel shouted, "Show me your hooves," while he aimed the barrel of his suppressed MP5 at the head of the changeling. The changeling knew that at this point fighting back would only get him killed, so he let fall down himself onto his haunch head with his forehooves in the air in a show of surrender. "Suspect has complied," Ferrum said as he drew out hoof cuffs from a saddlebag. These hoof cuffs were made of normal plastic, but they were enchanted with an ancient magic spell, not known by many outside of Celestia and the SPAT teams, which disabled the magic of the one who was cuffed up with it. Ferrum put the changeling's forehooves behind its back and restrained the hold appendage firmly. "TOC, this is entry team. Suspect has been cuffed and is ready for transport," Silver Vest reported to high ground. The changeling mumbled something about wanting his queen. The equivalent would be a pony asking for their mother. "Roger that, continue mission." Silver Vest made a hoof signal with some swift movements before he and his team were silently moving through the room to the next door. "Check behind the door," he whispered to Golden Plate, and the unicorn drew out his Opti wand. After mirroring under the door, he said while drawing back his Opti wand, 2 suspects, changelings armed with spears, guarding one hostage. Hostage seems to be a Pegasus guard, on the floor, but I couldn't spot much else. The best option might have been to throw a flashbang in and clear the room. But that would mean confronting every changeling and securing them in a panicked state once they lost their sight and hearing, including the civilians. Even then, the flashbang causes a loud bang, and that would attract more changelings. So there was really only one option. Open and clear, he said, wishing he had gone with a sting grenade, but it was too risky. Stinging them all with a sting grenade would have been better idea than the flash. A sting grenade is filled with rubber balls, and when the grenade explodes, the rubber balls are sent flying in all directions. The balls impact the skin of anything within range and cause pain, but not as much noise. The only problem is if the hostage was forced to kneel, then the sting grenade might send a rubber ball flying into their eye. Drop the weapons. On your haunches, do it now. Silver Vest shouted, and the others, after Golden Plate had bucked the door open with his hind legs, and they all rushed into the room. One of the changelings bared his fangs, and with a hiss he charged at them, the end of the spear pointed at Silver Vest's heart. Ferrum reacted fast as the SPAT's long-year training took over his body. He drew out his taser gun out of its holster in one swift motion, aimed at the changeling's chest, and pushed the trigger with his magic. 2 needles, connected by a wire to the taser, piercing through the skin of the changeling. Although changelings have exoskeletons, the needles were not having any trouble with it. The changeling shrieked in pain as its body met 10,000 volts of pure electricity, and it fell to the ground twitching as its muscles spasms. Even a little bit of drool escaped its mouth, as it never felt that pain before. The second changeling dropped his spear in terror while he galloped to another door, trying to escape. Iron Steel fired a short burst at the changeling's hind legs with his silenced MP5. His action would have fallen under unauthorized use of force, but the changeling could have warned its queen. It fell to the ground, holding its legs in pain and unable to move. Iron Steel walked to the injured changeling, examined his wound, and reported, "TOC, this is entry team. Suspect injured and in need of medical attention." He had paid attention not to hit an arterial vein. Every SPAT member knew how to injure a suspect in a such way that it will not injure him severely or even kill him, but just enough to incapacitate them with pain. Such as the changeling on the floor, who looked ready to start crying. Medics are informed, continue mission. The tossed changeling tries to stand up, but Ferrum yelled, "Stay on the ground." The belligerent changeling doesn't listen though. It forces itself to stood up and try to attack Ferrum in rage. He instantly holstered his taser gun. He had forgotten to replace the spent cartridge with a new one, while he also drew out the pepper spray and sprayed a full load of cayenne pepper into the face of the changeling. It started to cough heavily and sneezes, no longer being able to focus on anything but the intense burning in its eyes and face. "I won't say it again, stay on the ground," shouted Ferrum in the changeling's ear. This time it complied, fearing more of the pepper spray. It sat itself down, and Ferrum was able to cuff his hooves. Once then changeling was down, he drew out his taser gun, removed the empty cartridge, and placed a new one in. A red blinking light on the rear of the taser gun indicated that it was ready for the next tossing. "TOC, this is entry team. Suspect is cuffed and ready for take into custody. Transporters are informed, continue mission." Silver Vest turned his attention to the hostage. The Pegasus was injured. His left wing was broken and looked like it had been for a while. It did not seem to be a heavy break, but the guard grunted in pain and shivered in discomfort. I'm sorry, I tried to stop them," the guard said. Silver hunched down and patted his uninjured side. "Hey, you did your best, guard. Just lie down and let us take over this," Silver said before getting on his radio. "TOC, this is entry team. Civilian on the ground, alive but in need of a medic." "Copy that, EMTs are standing by." Form up on me. Silver ordered, and the team rejoined him. They all head through a corridor, after making sure it was secure, which led to the doors to the wedding hall. The SPAT ponies could now hear Queen Chrysalis arguing with one of the hostages but were unable to hear the full conversation. And it was always my dream. I am much stronger now than Princess Celestia. Mirror under the door, Silver Vest commanded. Golden Plate drew out his opti wand and did what he was commanded. He slowly moved the camera around as he scanned the room and reported what he had spotted. Queen Chrysalis stands next to shining armor. His eyes are green and he seems to be under some type of spell. Sounds like Chrysalis has him under mind control. Ferrum replied. Be careful, she might use him to attack us. Silver ordered while Golden Plate kept looking. Princess Mia More Cadenza stands some meters in front of the door. That means banging or stinging is out of question, he replied as he drew back his opti wand. I suggest that Sierra 1 should incapacitate Chrysalis. While she is distracted, we breach through the door and confront the changelings. Then we divide and secure the changelings and hostages. Iron Steel said as he checked his MP5's chamber. Good idea, Silver Vest said, and he talked to Quickscope. Entry team to Sierra 1, do you have visual contact on Chrysalis? Yes, confirming visual on target. Quick. Scope said back as he looked through the scope. At my sign, shoot at one of her upper legs. Pay attention to not hit a vital spot, he said, and mentioned Ferrum via hoof sign to draw out his breaching shotgun. Get ready. A breaching shotgun was designed to blow away the lock of a door. The muzzle is crafted in a such way that the pellets will penetrate the lock-away door with ease, but ponies behind the door will not be injured in any way. Additionally, it prevent the barrel from splitting up. I'm ready. Ferrum whispered, pointing the muzzle of the shotgun at the lock of the door, and felt each second ticking by as if it were an hour. The time has come to show all what SPAT can really do. Sierra 1, on my sign, now. Quickscope aimed with his AWM at the upper leg of Chrysalis' right foreleg and pushed the trigger. The sniper rifle was loaded with jacketed hollow point, JHP, ammunition. The bullet will not pierce through organic matter. It will stick in the matter and cause extreme pain. A single bullet pierced its way through a window of the church and finally met its destination. That destination being one of Queen Chrysalis' legs. She howled in pain and surprise as she fell with her upper body to the ground. Her rear remained in the air as she was in too much pain to correct herself. The changelings were looking in horror at their now whimpering queen. Shining armor snapped out from his paralysis and looked around confused and at the queen of the changelings, who did not look so proud anymore. Bosh! The sound echoed loudly throughout the hall as the door's handle flew off and the door being bucked open by Golden Plate's hind legs. Move in, go go go. Silver shouted as he felt his heart slamming against his ribcage as he led the charge. Every pony on the ground, hooves over the head. Silver Vest held his M4 at the ready, showing every pony that he was ready to shoot any attackers. Iron Steel and Golden Plate were doing the same with their firearms. Only Ferrum aimed with his GB-36S at Queen Chrysalis, making sure the changeling queen was secured. The sight of a weapon pointed at their queen terrified every changeling in the room. Here Sierra 1, confirm visual sight with entry team. Quickscope reported and aimed at a changeling at the edge of his view since Chrysalis has already been secured. The hostages, which were still surrounded by changelings, began to cheer in joy, happy to finally being rescued. I said every pony on the ground. Silver Vest shouted once more. And now every pony lied down on the ground, even Shining Armor. The SPAT did not show up many times, but they have a greater priority than the normal royal guards. Golden Plate trotted over to Princess Cadance to remove the slime and reassured her calmly but determined to get down on the floor, before he turned around and secured the hall with the others. One would think the SPAT officers were being unnecessarily rough with the civilians and VIPs, but it was for their own good in case one of the suspects tried to go down with a fight. They did not want a pony standing up and getting caught in the crossfire. Rescue all hostages completed. Iron Steel went over to the injured Chrysalis, who shoot a death glare up to him. He slipped out a pair of hoof cuffs. "Show me your hooves," he ordered in a commanding tone. "Go to Tartarus." And she started to channel energy into her horn, making it glow bright green. "She won't comply," Farum said, but kept his weapon at the Changling swarm since he knew what was happening next. "If that's the way you want it," Iron Steel said calmly. Then he drew out the pepper spray and sprayed a load of pepper spray into her face for so long it was all she can taste and smell. She immediately stopped summoning the spell and started to cough and sneeze heavily. It hurt her nostrils and lungs as she tried to breathe, her eyes were red and watery. Some changelings were making gestures to attack them and they got into position. But a warning burst from Silver Vest's M4 made them reconsider as he released the bullets into the ground in front of the changelings, kicking some dust in the air. "Anything funny again and I will put you down," Silver Vest warned. At that point, every changeling sat down on the floor, some angry and others whimpering. They realized that the SPAT had the cards now. They know the drill. If they do nothing, then nothing will happen to them or their queen. Golden Plate and Iron Steel were starting to restrain all changelings, while Silver Vest secured the insects. "I said, show me your bucking hooves," Iron Steel yelled, his command clear and loud for Queen Chrysalis. She was still coughing and sneezing as she held her hooves in the air, a sign that she surrender. Iron Steel instantly cuffed her hooves and said into his radio, "TOC, this entry team. Suspects and hostages have been secured. Areas clear, royal guards may come in. Main target is in need of medical attention, no other injuries present. Good work entry team. Go back to HQ for debrief." Outside, Sunny Bonds turned to Princess Luna and said the church has been cleared. "You can enter the hall with a bunch of royal guards to escort all changelings out." She nodded quickly. Even she was surprised that not the elements of harmony saved a lot of lives, but a group of 4 best trained and equipped unicorns. At this point Celestia was kicking and struggling inside of her cocoon from the ceiling, wanting to be released. She has been long enough in there upside down and she felt her stomach wincing. Bring order to chaos completed. The doors of the church were swinging open and a group of 10 royal guards galloped into the wedding hall, along with Princess Luna. 2 royal Pegasus guards were helping Princess Celestia to get out from the cocoon. The other royal guards were taking care of the changelings, escorting them out from the church after they had put bags over the changelings' heads. After 5 minutes, all changelings were escorted out, with the exception of Queen Chrysalis. Some medic ponies were taking care of her bullet wound. Despite she was trying to take over Equestria, she was still a living being with emotions and needs, so she was treated like one. Every SPAT pony took off his helmet and balaclava to let the sweat dry which has formed under them. That was bucking hardcore. Golden Plate snickered as he ruffled his mane to get it back to its normal form. It was sticking on his head like glue. Silver Vest spotted the crown of the Solar Princess lying on the ground. He picked it up with his magic and trotted over to the princess who was asking her sister about the situation around Canterlot. "Your Highness, here is your crown," he said and saluted the princess while holding her crown with his magic. "Thanks you very much, you're from that new unit. SPAT, are you not? I must say, I was really amazed at your actions, Mr." She asked and noticed his name stitched into his vest. "Ah, yes, Silver Vest. It's a pleasure to meet you, I've heard so much of your team's past mission," she said smiling and took her crown, placing it where it belonged. She then went to the restrained queen of the changelings, followed by Silver Vest and her guards. Farum and Iron Steel were securing her by pointing their weapons at her. Without her magic, she was helpless, but it never hurt to be cautious. "Good work, but now I will take it from here," Princess Celestia said. They both salute and holstered their weapons on their backs before they went to the captain of the royal guards, shining armor. Silver vest and golden plate were walking to him, too. That was impressive, guys. I owe so much. You can be sure to always have a good word from me. Shining Armor said happily as he wrapped his foreleg around Princess Cadance. That's right, without you four, Queen Chrysalis would now rule over Equestria and I would have lost my husband, Princess Cadance, as she gave each SPAT member a short hug. The cheeks of Silver Vest and Golden Plate were going red at how they were being hugged by such a beautiful mare, and a princess at the same time. Don't look so rigid, you four. You all earned this. Shining laughed and looked to Princess Celestia, who was still arguing calmly with Queen Chrysalis. Princess Luna joined her sister but just gave angry glares to Chrysalis. The four SPAT officers then spotted the bearers of the elements of harmony walking up to them. Oh, thank you so much. I was so afraid. Twilight Sparkle said as she furiously shook Silver Vest's hoof and continued talking and talking and talking as her attention drew to all the advanced equipment the officers had. You four were just amazing. If you ever come to Ponyville, I'll throw you a party. Or maybe I will make you a cake, or maybe a song, Pinkie Pie said happily before gasping, or maybe I can do all of that, Bahoha, I know I'll make a cake that plays music. I hate to admit it, but you guys just might be cooler than me, but only by like 20%, Rainbow Dash muttered and looked to Ferrum, who gave her a wink. Thanks, you saved us, you are real heroes, Fluttershy said, still unsure towards them but fairly comfortable considering they saved the lives of everyone in the church, even the lives of changelings. That was one of the best actions I ever witnessed. Y'all ought to be in the movies, Applejack said in her typical southern accent while she tipped her hat to each one. Darlings, such bravery, and such finesse. Oh, and such dashing uniforms. If any of you ever need suits made, I would be happy to do it for free. In fact, all of you are always welcome to come have tea at my boutique whenever you wish, said Rarity to all of them, but she was paying special attention to Golden Plate, the youngest of the group, who was rather handsome to Rarity's eyes. Golden Plate only blushed in response. Okay, it looks like everything is okay now. We must go back to the HQ for debriefing, goodbye. Silver Vest said, taking a moment to nod to each of the rescued hostages. Once all that was done, they began trotting out from the church and back to the chariot they had first arrived in, Royal Guard officers keeping the press from bothering them as the chariot moved on its own by magic and traveled back to HQ. The wedding continued without any other disturbance and it found a happy end, thanks to the SPAT. Queen Chrysalis and her folk did not receive any punishment. In fact, Princess Celestia offered that her folk could live under the population of Equestria as long as they do not do anything harmful to the ponies. The Queen took her offer eagerly and said she was sorry for what she did, but she had not seen any other option for her 2 million childrens. At the end, every pony was happy. Chapter 2, Outskirts, Hostage Rescue / High-Risk Warrant Service. Main Objectives. Rescue element of loyalty in progress. Rescue all hostages in progress. Capture Anansi, neutralize if necessary, in progress. Secondary objectives. Bring order to chaos in progress. The sun beat down furiously upon a lone group of ponies walking up to a plateau in the desert just south of Appaloosa, close to the border of Zebraca. This group consisted of the bearers of the elements of harmony, minus the element of loyalty. A year and 3 months had passed since the Canterlot incident and much had changed. The world that Twilight and her friends lived in had slowly become more violent and crazy, requiring several things to be done. One of those was the creation of more police forces and the training of better officers. The other thing was the creation of additional elements of harmony. It was a difficult process but was having some success. One such success was element of love, Blue Base, who was with the group and carrying their water supply. The group had just made it over a small hill when suddenly the sky drakened, a familiar closed black chariot flying above them up to the plateau, past a rock formation. The chariot had flown by so quickly the group had believed it just to have been a bird. It was able to fly thanks to a large pair of magical dragon wings which flapped without making noise and helped the chariot soar through the air without any other means. The wings then began flapping in a figure 8, hovering as the doors on either side of the chariot opened up and ropes were tossed out. On each side, 2 black-clad unicorns geared up with advanced equipment are lowering themselves down with ropes, which is much more silent than if they used their magic to teleport. They are all wearing similar bulletproof vests with anti-magic effect as they did on the day they captured Queen Chrysalis. The incident that had caused all of this began at the Grand Galloping Gala a week ago. A group of zebra supremacists killed a guard in an attempt to make a name for their movement. They filled the room with a gas form, a plant that paralyzed everyone else in the room. They took the stage and their leader, a power-mad zebra by the name of Anansi, who was on the run from his home government, began to rant. Luckily his monologuing allowed the royal guard to surround the room and breach it. In the fight another royal guard was killed and several injured, but the zebras were forced out of the main hall. Once the zebras were forced into retreat, Anansi knew they would be killed, unless they had a hostage. So they grabbed the nearest 3, one of who just so happened to be Rainbow Dash. Holding their frozen hostage, the zebras managed to escape. A day later Anansi the zebra group gave an ultimatum. In 3 days either the elements of harmony would all be handed over to him or he would kill Rainbow Dash. Of course Celestia had refused to give in to the demands of such power-mad terrorists. But the other element bearers would not risk the life of their friend. They stole the elements and ran off to the meeting place after being contacted by a griffin mercenary hired by the zebra group. This same mercenary later turned in the information to the authorities for the reward money. Thus Celestia had ordered the best SPAT squad in the business to be sent in, led by none other than Silver Vest. The squad touched down and Silver waved a hoof in a circle in the air, signaling the squad to form up on him as the black chariot flew away so it did not expose their mission. Their radios all then clicked with information from HQ. The mayor on the other end, affectionately named Miss July, due to her background before she chose to follow law enforcement, relayed them info on the mission. Commander 213 Silver, this is Central BCC. Multiple squad units are on the way to the cave but may not make it in time. Current Canterlot time 9:21 p.m, hostage rescue and high-risk warrant service, please stand by, said Miss July to Silver Vest. The team was the same one: Ferrum, Quickscope, Golden Plate, and Iron Steel. Quickscope had jumped out of the carriage and was positioning himself on a rock around 100 meters away from the cave entrance with his AWM rifle. This time Quickscope had loaded up with full metal jackets. Based on information from the Griffin mercenary, the zebras might have body armor, so Quickscope needed the FMJ rounds to rip through their armor if he was called on to take the shot. Quickscope used his magic to pull a sand-colored cloak over his body to hide himself and to keep him safe from the sun. He didn't know how long he would be there and didn't want to have heat stroke if the team called upon his skills. The squad listened to information about the zebra supremacists while they checked their gear before beginning the operation. Silver Vest is equipped with a GB-36 carbine, an M1911 pistol, 3 C4 bags, a plier, a CS gas grenade and a flashbang. Ferrum is equipped with a M3 Super 90 shotgun, a taser gun, a sting grenade, a plier and a opti wand. Iron Steel is bringing up the rear with an unsilenced HK-MP5, a taser gun, a flashbang, an opti wand. A small can of pepper spray in case anyone needed an attitude adjustment, and his trusty smoking pipe and tobacco. Golden Plate is equipped with a HK-45 submachine gun, a M1911, 3 C4 bags, a flashbang, a single sting grenade. Once the equipment check was done, Silver Vest listened to the last messages from the dispatch command. Understands your eagerness to complete this mission, but they have ordered you to capture as many of the zebras alive, despite them being cop killers, the red-maned mare on the other end said as the chief looked over her shoulder. There was a lot of politics behind the scenes on this and personal feelings could not get in the way. Understood TOC, Entry team preparing to begin mission. Silver said, relaying the orders to the rest of the team who all hid their real feelings. The job and hostage took priority. Mirror the corner, he commands to Iron Steel and moves up to the corner to cover him. He begins to wonder why Iron wasn't mirroring when he got his answer. "You're in my way, sir," Iron Steel said, walking around Silver when he could have done that anyway, while trying to hide a faint snicker like the others. Silver Vest grinds his teeth and takes some steps back, holding his GB-36S tightly to his side with magic. "You're in my way, sir" had been funny the first few times, now it was really grating, but it also helped his men relieve stress. Silver did his best not to let it annoy him. Iron Steel straps his MP5 onto his side and draws out his Opti wand. He holds the end with the camera out from the corner. "One suspect, Zebra, armed," he says as he draws back his Opti wand, commands. At that moment the elements of Harmony were almost to the cave, their pace quickened as they wanted to rescue their friend and were all rushing up at the path up to the cave. Quickscope reported that it was the remaining elements of Harmony plus the element of Love, Blue Base. Sierra 1 to entry team, civilians are approaching your positions. "We need to move fast, sir," says Ferrum, unlocking his Benelli M4. They couldn't allow the guard to report in that the delivery was about to be made, it would complicate the entire mission. "We move on my mark," commands Silver Vest while he switched to his M1911. Then he asks to Quickscope, "Does the guard have armor?" Before stacking up with the others, hoping the guard would have his back turned when they jumped out. "No, just a scimitar," replied Quickscope, magic tightening around the trigger of his rifle as he prepared for the order to fire, if it came. With all the swiftness of a cat, Silver Vest dashed out from his cover, lying prone while aiming at the Zebra. The others of his team followed as well, keeping the Zebra closed in a semicircle. "Put your hooves up and get on the ground," yelled Golden Plate. The Zebra guard turned to them, its face blank and emotionless with a faint glow in its eyes. For a moment the SPAT ponies wondered what he was doing as they shouted for him to get down. When he suddenly fell to the ground, like a puppet without his strings. Silver motions for Iron Steel to move up. He does so and checks the fallen Zebra's pulse, while also pointing his shotgun at the Zebra's head. The Zebra was dead, no heartbeat. "What the, sir, he's dead." Silver curses and issues his next order. "Cover the entrance." The rest of his team are galloping up, weapons trained on the entryway while Silver checked the dead Zebra for any indication on what killed him. Something was going on and Silver did not want his squad caught unprepared. Sierra 1 to TOC, confirming visual with entry team. Quickscope reported as he kept an eye on the elements of Harmony. Where did he come from? Silver flicked the safety on his weapon and turned to the element bearers, unsure of if they remembered his team. But to his surprise, which seemed to be happening a lot that day, he spotted not only the bearers of the elements of Harmony, but also a totally new alicorn. "You gotta be bucking kidding me. What next?" he thought as he looked at the alicorn closer. It was slightly taller than the civilian ponies and with a red mane and tail and black fur. "You civilians need to clear out immediately, we are already taking care of the situation. Please leave the area or we will be forced to arrest you and that will just put your friend in danger," he says in a calm tone. Despite the impatience building inside of him, the clock was ticking and the Zebras might wonder what happened to their front guard soon enough. "No, no way. Rainbow Dash is in there and we won't leave her behind," yelled Blue Base while Golden Plate scoffed. It seemed that no one wanted to listen to the authorities unless it suited their needs. "We need to get her out now before she or some pony else gets killed," Blue Base said and then raised an eyebrow as he got a better look at the team. The sight of those weapons was familiar to him. "Are you with the Equestrian Army?" "No, SPAT, Special Ponies and Tactics, now get behind something and wait until the Royal Guards arrive," he replies and turns around. "Are those weapons?" asks Twilight. "I hope that they are not lethal." Twilight asked, fearing that her friend would be hurt in the middle of the struggle. They are very deadly, and because of this reason, stay behind something solid and big. We are better trained than a bunch of criminals like those that took your friend," said Silver Vest clear and loud. Begrudgingly the civilian ponies obeyed and hid behind a small cluster of rocks, though they would rather be participating. Silver Vest trotted back to his colleagues. At the moment, Golden Plate brought out his radio to report the civilians to dispatch. "Entry team to TOC, suspect at the cave entrance has taken his own life. We have also encountered civilians as well as an unknown alicorn. Send some royal guards to secure them and take them to a safe location." "Roger that, royal guards are on their way, continue mission, good luck." They finally begin entering the cave, with Silver Vest on point. If someone was going to be shot, he would prefer it to be him, not his team. It is far too dark for them to see inside of the cave, so they use their magic to turn on the small flashlights attached to their weapons. At a crossing which diverges into several paths, Silver holds up a hoof to indicate the team to stop. He dims the light on his rifle slightly and then whispers to the officer behind him, "Mirror around the corner." "Need to get into position," says Iron Steel, slipping his opti wand out while trotting as quietly as he could to the corner. Once he is in position, Iron gently and slowly pokes the camera on the end of his opti wand out from his position. He looks into the screen and reports what he sees before drawing the wand back. No suspects in sight, but there is a hallway which leads deeper into the caves. Probably to the hostages. We're running out of time, so that is the priority. Silver Vest trots around the corner to walk in the hallway, followed closely by his squad mates. They are all stepping as carefully as they could, keeping an eye out for booby traps and hidden guards. The stone walls are wet and showing signs of sensitivity, possibly from earthquakes or other cave-ins in other areas. At the end of the hallway is a large wooden door, a new one by the looks of things. "Check behind the door," commands Silver Vest, and Ferrum takes out his opti wand and mirrors under the door after seeing the zebras, one of them wearing a cloak over himself. 3 armed suspects, guarding 3 hostages which are in a rusty holding cell. He draws back his opti wand. "Check the door." "Door's locked," says Ferrum after very gently checking the handle. He then draws out his pliers and turns it around, to break the systems of the lock. After some fumbling, he draws back his plier. Doors unlocked. "Open, bang and clear." With that, Iron Steel opens the door with his magic. One of the zebra guards spots the magical glow around the doorknob and raises the alarm. "Oh zebra apples, it's the fuzz!" he yelled, and the guards set about preparing to kill the hostages with crossbows. But at that same moment, Ferrum threw a flashbang in the room and hides behind the wall next to the doorway. Bash! The loud bang echoes loudly in the small room, making one of the zebras drop his weapon as his ears felt pain and his eyes only saw a blinding white flash. The others did not drop their weapons, but they are too dizzy to accurately do anything else and too smart to fire while blind. Silver Vest and his squad run through the open doorway. Ferrum and Iron Steel are drawing out their taser guns and tossing the guards who were armed, while Golden Plate tackles the unarmed one. The zebras are shrieking in terrible pain as they fall to the ground. One of them drops his weapon, a crossbow, immediately and holds his forelimbs in the air no more. "I give up, I give up!" he yells in desperation as a faint smell lets the spats know that the electric shock caused him to soil himself. However, the other zebra recovered and charged at Golden Plate with a scimitar from a nearby table, yelling a war cry. Golden Plate fell back in shock as he tried to get his weapon with his magic, while the others yell all at once, "Drop your weapon! Do it now!" The zebra doesn't listen to them. He swipes his scimitar, nearly slicing Golden Plate in two as he dodged this attack by rolling to his side. Then he allowed his training to take over as he felt his sidearm pulled out and instinctively aimed at the zebra. The bang of his 1911 echoed in his ears with each time he magically pulled the trigger a few times with his magic. The zebra was almost thrown back as he felt the bullets pierce his body. He dropped his weapon and fell to the ground, again. He grunts and gasps for air as he writhed in pain on the ground. Golden Plate rendered the zebra incapacitated by shooting 3 bullets in his lower body. He then examines the zebra's wound and reports to HQTOC, "This is, entry team," he said between breaths while his heart was still racing. "Suspect needs medical attention, he is in pretty bad shape. Medics are informed, continue mission." After reporting, and a quick checkup by the other squad members once they finished cuffing the guards, he walked over to the door of the cell and draws out his pliers. Once the room was secure, the officers focused on the hostages' cage, where the tied-up hostages had bags over their heads and socks shoved into their mouths. Once those were removed, thanks to the SPAT officer's unicorn magic, Rainbow Dash was able to speak. "Who are you?" "Royal Guards," asked Rainbow Dash. Due to the balaclavas they were all wearing to protect their identities, and their families, RD could not tell that they were the same officers that had saved her and her friends before. Golden Plate, checking the other hostages for injuries, replied without looking up to her, "No. We are called Special Ponies and Tactics and we are here to rescue you," he said, and shooshed her before she could argue that she didn't need any rescue. Meanwhile, Iron Steel cuffs up the hooves of the other zebra guard with the enchanted plastic hoof cuffs, while Ferrum makes sure that the zebra makes no sudden moves by aiming with his shotgun at him. Silver Vest secures the door that Nopany sneaks in undetected. Entry team to TOC, suspect restrained and ready for transport, reports Iron Steel after he cuffed up the hooves of the zebra, who says, "You will not get away with this. We are the superior race and The zebra broke out into a cry of pain as he was hit with a burst of pepper spray. "Shut up, cop killer, before I lose my cool," he said while his radio reported in. "Roger that, trailers standing by for pickup. Primary objective. Rescue element of loyalty completed." Suddenly, quick scope says Sierra 1 to entry team, confirm visual contact with main target Anansi. He is standing on some sort of altar at the other side of the plateau. Quick scope said before relaying more information. "Oh Celestia, damn it. One of those civilians and the Alicorn are arguing with him." "Affirmative, just observe them, if it appears they are in danger take the shot on Anansi," commands Silver Vest while wanting to pepper spray those idiots for risking their lives. Because if anything happened to them the media would place all of the blame, naturally, on the officers. "Plier won't work, I'll have to use a small C2 charge," says Golden Plate. "The lock of the door is far too rusted and they would not be able to beat the door down." The team members wish doesn't have his breaching shotgun at the moment, there is nothing more to do as to use a C2 bag. He puts back his plier and takes one bag out, very gently preparing it. "What is that?" asks the another one of the two stallions, as he sticks the bag on the rusted lock of the door. "Just stay away from the door," Golden Plate was saying as he readied to arm the thing before being startled. "Rainbow Dash, we're here to rescue ya," yells a feminine voice, the shout echoing throughout the cave. "Who's there?" yells Silver Vest as he held up his GB-36, almost turning it on whoever shouted, but his mind overrode his body and kept him from doing so. In the light of his flashlight, he could see the outlines of a pony slowly coming into view. Then the rest of the elements of harmony. The rest of the elements of harmony followed them, and Twilight says, "We are here to rescue our." "Clear the room," Ferrum said, quickly pushing everyone a safe distance as the charge detonated, nearly blowing the door off its hinges. Every pony, except for Silver Vest and his team, are jumping in the air in surprise from the explosion. The door was now unlocked with a gaping hole where the lock had once been. The ponies who are inside the cell can leave it now. It wasn't a big explosion, just a little to blow the lock away. "Rescue your friends." "Already done," smirks Golden Plate, "now get out from here," yelled Iron Steel. "You civvies don't belong here." Entry team to TOC, 2 male hostages and the element of loyalty have been rescued. The rest of the elements of harmony followed us, we are escorting them all to safety. Copy that. Make sure they arrive at the rescue point alive. Walk behind us, it's safer. Commands Silver Vest to the ponies, and they are finally following his order as they saw their friend returning. Rainbow Dash walks behind the two stallions. She looks a little bit worried. As they are walking out from the cave, Rainbow Dash runs out from behind the SPAT members and leaps in the air. Stop! Come back! Yells Ferrum, but Rainbow Dash heads to Blue Base, who stands clad in his armor. Suddenly, Anansi seems to appear from thin air behind her and wraps a hoof around her neck, grabbing her tightly. But he doesn't spot the SPAT team yet. Elements, move on, go go go. Silver commanded and didn't even need to mention to his group to follow him. The rest of the main six are standing on place while the other hostages run out into the awaiting royal guards. As they are running up to the altar, weapons at the ready, Golden Plate yells, "Release the hostage, you bastard!" Blue Base, the unnamed Alicorn and Anansi are looking up to them in surprise. Then the zebra starts to laugh. "You are the army? Poor things. Har har har. This is your last chance. Leave the hostage by and give up," yells Silver Vest, unfazed by the zebra's words while he raises his rifle, slowly aiming at the zebra. But the zebra holds the scimitar up to Rainbow Dash's throat and smirks madly to the ponies. The Pegasus mare screams in shock as the blade gives her skin a faint cut. "Rainbow Dash!" yells Blue Base in shock and takes some steps forward, but Iron Steel holds him back. "Stop. We are taking care of this situation." And he gives his leader the nod. "Sierra 1, do it," commands Silver Vest into his radio. A few seconds later, the zebra leader was about to ask who he was talking to when his head snapped to the side as if something hit him. Then his body fell to the ground, blood slowly leaks out from a hole in his head and his corpse twitches as life drains from him. Then a loud thunderclap tears the silence apart, followed by a answer in Silver Vest's headset from Quickscope. "Target terminated," Quickscope said, breathing in and out to calm himself after seeing Asani dead. Rainbow Dash looks in surprise and shock at the now dead zebra, then she runs up to Blue Base without a single cut or bruise and embraces him with her forelimbs. Blue Base returns the hug. The Alicorn smiles at the scene. "TOC, this is entry team. Suspect killed, but all hostages are safe," says Silver Vest to dispatch as he examines the corpse of the dead zebra leader. The rest of the main six are running up to the embracing lovers and hugging them, too. "Good work, team. Go back to HQ for debrief." The team was welcoming of that final order. They were exhausted already and needed to go home. Neutralize Anansi completed. Rescue all hostages completed. Phew, that was a doozy. Sighs Iron Steel in relief. They are all strapping their weapons on their sides and walking up to the other ponies. "Is everything all right?" asks Silver Vest. "Yes, thank you guys. You were awesome. Why you didn't show up when we fought Discord?" says Blue Base with a wink. "That was your job," teases Ferrum. Then he turns to the Alicorn, "Just asking, but who are you?" The Alicorn bows politely and says, "I am Lunar Eclipse, Prince of Death. I owe you my respect, you worked clean and fast." "Prince of Death? No wonder that the one zebra died in front of me. I thought he poisoned himself or something." Silver Vest scratched his chin with a hoof. The Alicorn Prince chuckles shortly at his statement. Silver then sighed internally. It seemed stranger and stranger things were happening all the time now. "Okay, then goodbye," says Golden Plate. "We don't get paid nearly enough to deal with all of this." Silver thinks as he begins heading back to the chariot with a migraine and feeling exhausted. The SPAT members manage to return to their chariot. Another, golden, chariot appears in the sky and lands next to the elements of harmony and the stallions for picking them up and heading back to Canterlot. Silver sighed and rubbed his forehead. "Anyone have a smoke?" Secondary objective. Bring order to chaos, completed. Chapter 3, 23, Solar Avenue Castle, hostage rescue / high-risk warrant service. Briefing: a few weeks ago, the signs of Nightmare Moon return became apparent. A civilian named Twilight Sparkle notified Princess Celestia about this, but she sent the mayor to Ponyville to let her run some errands. On the same day at afternoon, Princess Celestia prepared for a visiting in Ponyville, but Nightmare Moon attacked her, and after a short, one-sided fight, she lost against the Dark Mare. She then proceeded to cast Eternal Night in Equestria after she had announced her plan in the town hall of Ponyville. Twilight Sparkle and some citizens of the town were then walking to the old ruins to gather the elements of harmony, but something went wrong and she and her friends have been captured by Nightmare Moon. After a while she realized that Eternal Night was not such a bright idea, as she cast her own little sun on top of the sky. Strangely enough, almost all citizens of Canterlot were put into a strange hypnosis. We immediately asked Queen Chrysalis if she has her hooves in this, but she swore she has absolutely nothing to do with this. We smuggled in an undercover agent mare named Midnight Blossom, so she could deliver us intel about the castle's ongoing and what Nightmare Moon planned. She is a bat pony and was instantly accepted in the Night Guards. Still, we needed a few weeks to figure out a plan how to infiltrate the castle, but now, we proceed to action. Today, we will neutralize Nightmare Moon if it's necessary. Objectives: rescue Twilight Sparkle. Set Princess Celestia free. Neutralize Nightmare Moon. Bring Midnight Blossom home. Bring order to chaos. Civilians / hostages. Twilight Sparkle, 21, she was the first who noticed the signs of Nightmare Moon's return. Midnight Blossom, 25, undercover bat pony. She has more helpful intel. Might be spooked when encountered, so be cautious. Princess Celestia, age unknown, she lost the fight against Nightmare Moon and was unable to gather the elements of harmony. A unknown amount of imprisoned vitals. Suspects: Nightmare Moon, age unknown, a possible ancient evil or only a stupid, but mighty mare. A unknown amount of hostile vitals, all of them might be Night Guards, since the Royal Guards fled in fear. Summary: May 23, 1631. 23, Solar Avenue. Canterlot Castle. Rapid deployment / hostage rescue. The forms of 5 black-clad unicorns were barely seen sneaking through the back alleys and empty streets of Canterlot. The stealthy maneuvers were not really necessary, since the sun had turned to a frightening shade of red. Many ponies were hiding inside of their homes or barricaded inside of buildings. They were too afraid to so much as even look out and open windows, let alone actually go outside. One would wonder why Celestia had allowed such a thing to occur, but it was not Princess Celestia's sun that now hung menacingly over Equestria. No, it belonged to another, it belonged to one who should have been banished permanently. This new sun belonged to Nightmare Moon. Just a few weeks ago, the signs of Nightmare Moon's return were prevalent. Twilight Sparkle was sent to Ponyville by Princess Celestia to make friends. Nightmare Moon gained her full might, and after a fight against Princess Celestia, she took over the throne. Silver Vest was equipped with a pepper ball gun, a Glock 18 sidearm, 2 flashbangs, a pepper spray, a door wedge and an opti wand. Golden Plate was equipped with a less lethal shotgun with beanbag ammunition, a taser gun, a sting grenade, CS gas, and a breaching shotgun. Aside from the breaching shotgun, he only had non-lethal weapons. Iron Steel was equipped with a pepper ball gun, AM-1911, pepper spray, a plier set, a flashbang and an opti wand. Ferrum was equipped with a GB-36S with full metal jacket ammunition, a taser gun, CS gas, 3 bags of C2 and a door wedge. Quickscope was with them, a magical cloak over him which made him blend in with the environment, not invisible but a little harder to see. He had to find a perfect place for sniping, but until then he would be with the group. If the mission failed, then Quick would split away from the others and find a spot to hide until Nightmare Moon made a speech, if he survived that long. Silver stopped the squad at an intersection where there were many burning carriages, the smoke obscuring the way to the Canterlot Castle courtyard. "Hold your breath," he said, and ran forward with the squad, ducking and moving past the flames until they were all in the courtyard and a large crowd of ponies standing still. The entire crowd was mumbling something, all of them were nearly frozen stiff with their eyes glowing a faint sickly green color. They didn't seem to notice the SPAT ponies. Silver gave his team a hoof sign to not speak. He looked around and pointed quick scope to a tree which wasn't burned and could give him a good view of things. It was as good a place as any right now. The SPAT held their position to cover quick as he ran over to the tree, climbing it up without using his magic to prevent attracting attention. The team used this moment to watch the crowd. They were still and didn't move anything beyond breathing and a random blink. Silver wondered if they were all under some sort of mind control spell or if they were changelings that just hadn't noticed them yet, but that was unlikely since Queen Chrysalis promised she was out of everything. But it didn't matter, they had a mission to complete and had luckily brought non-lethal weapons for just such an occasion. Suddenly, shouts of pure anger started to rise from every pony in the crowd. "Watch them, let's not take any chances," Silver said, and watched as many ponies pointed upwards. He let his gaze follow the direction and caught sight of the one who had started this whole insurrection. Nightmare Moon was standing proudly on a balcony of the castle, her jet-black form darker than the void of deep space as she stood proudly before the crowd, holding a little lavender unicorn above the crowd of ponies with her magic. "So? Which elitist tyrant's pet? You and Celestia can burn in the sun together," the crowd shouted as their anger seemed to reach a boiling point. Twilight seemed to be very frightened as the ponies start to throw rocks and eggs at her. "Sir, we have to do something," Golden Plate whispered. "He's right, sir, if we don't do something this could get ugly for the civilian," Ferrum replied while Iron Steel grunted an affirmative. Silver clenched his teeth and shook his head. "We have a mission to do. We don't know if that's the real Nightmare Moon or if she might have an enchantment up. We can't fail, we have to make sure we get Nightmare," Silver said, knowing the others were giving him looks but they would understand eventually. "Sir, I have a shot." "Permission to fire?" Quickscope asked, hoping to save the civilian's life right now. "No, stand down and regroup, that's an order." Silver finished, and soon the squad was running to get away from the mob and not think about the civilian. Their heavy hoof fell echoing around the abandoned streets and pathways while they double-timed it to the main gates of the castle, only stopping or slowing down to avoid night guard patrols. Soon they were standing in the bushes nearby the main gates of the castle. But a set night guards were standing in front of them. They almost looked like the evil twins of Celestia's solar guard. Menacing vampire-like fangs, reptile eyes, and leathery bat wings. "How are we going to get past them, sir? If we fight them we risk alerting other patrols and blowing the mission. Should we try to find another way around? There's no time, for all we know we might be the only team to survive, she might have conquered the world by now," Iron Steel said, and an argument was about to break out before Silver suddenly shushed them all. A plan was already forming in his mind. It was a long shot but it just might work. "All right, I need you all to trust me on this. It may sound strange but just follow as I do. Iron, get your taser ready and keep it hidden." With that he went away from the gate a few hooves and then went out, his weapon holstered as he trotted up to the gate. A noticeable amount of pride in his step as he walked as if he owned the place, but his eyes a stone-cold gaze. The guards noticed the spats and prepared themselves to raise the alarm. One of them shouted, "Identify yourselves." "At ease, Night Guards. We are the guards which have been called upon by Her Majesty, Nightmare Moon, ruler of all that is and shall be, Empress of the Eternal Night," he replied in as best an imitation of the Night Guards as he could manage. He almost thought they had made it when he was within a hoof's distance of the guards. "Show me your authorization and then you will be allowed in," the guard said suspiciously. "Very well, we have it right here," Silver said, reaching magically into a saddlebag and drawing his taser out in a flash. firing it into the guard in front of him while Iron jumped out and did the same. Silver then seizes the moment to try and capture the night guards. Special ponies and tactics. On your haunches. He and Iron Steel were releasing the electricity at each of the guards. They were jumping around in pain as they were shocked. It proves too much for them as when were shoved on there by Quickscope, Ferrum, and Golden Plate. They were easily subdued, their hooves and wings being zipped as they were then knocked out with 1 or 2 swift punches to keep them from shouting at any guards that would pass by. Start of mission, Silver said to the dispatch while securing his taser and pulling out his non-lethal paintball gun. Back at HQ things were hectic with the remaining guard commanders trying their best to keep everything under control. Miss July had to shove a hoof against one ear to hear the SPAT team. This is Central BCC, multiple SPAT units are responding to 23 Solar Avenue. Silver, Ferrum, Iron, Plate, and Scope are at Canterlot Castle at 3:13 p.m. for hostage rescue and high-risk warrant service, she replied to Silver, mostly stating the obvious for the records when this was all made public, if ever. Found a good place, Quickscope said as he looked to the house that has a roof just poking out over the tree line leading to the main gate. The house had a flat roof which should allow him to see what is happening in front of the castle and could give him a chance to fire through any windows if needed. Silver ordered Ferrum to cover him as he went to his position. He bucked the door of the house down and together the two cleared the house. Once they find it is abandoned, Ferrum allowed Quickscope to set up on the roof before he trotted back to join the others. Silver Vest took out the empty cartridge of his taser gun and replaced it with a new one. Then he took out a sheet of paper from his saddlebag with his magic. On it are the crudely drawn lines of the castle's ground plan. The first 2 floors were on it, but the castle had way more floors plus a deep dungeon which were not on the paper. There was far too much ground to cover. We have to go through the royal garden into the castle, Silver decided and directed the squad to follow him as they kept down low. They nearly hugged the walls of the castle, decreasing their chances to be seen by guards who are probably watching through the windows. Stop! Ferrum whispered when they were nearly at a door. The group quickly dropped and kept low, looking for what Ferrum saw. He had spotted 2 other night guards. They were chatting to each other about things, specifically the new sun in the sky, which was not very bright at all. It looked like a setting blood-red sun. Use the non-lethal weapons, Silver Vest commanded, and he switched to his pepper ball gun. It was a standard paintball gun, but instead of firing paintballs and ruining a pony's coat with it, it fired little balls filled with cayenne pepper. It was just as good at causing pain as it was making the user relieve stress. Hooves up! Iron Steel yelled, aiming with his pepper ball gun at the guards. The 2 guards were turning around, a little bit too calmly, but were not getting down or lifting their hooves. You won't stop us and our majesty, one of them said with an all too smug smile, but a pepper ball stopped him in the middle of his sentence as Silver fired 2 balls into his chest. He started to cough and sneeze heavily as his body screamed in protest to the pepper. Iron Steel had waited long enough for them to surrender. He had learned in his apprenticeship when a suspect don't comply in around 3 seconds after receiving an order, he had to be demoralized with tasing or pepper. He fired at the other guard, who could not help but yell "Ah! It hurts!" while sneezing and gagging the whole time. Get on your haunches and hooves up! Silver Vest commanded. The 2 guards were sitting on their haunches. The SPAT team could do this all day. They have more than enough pepper balls. Suspects complied, Ferrum said, with a smile as he restrained the hooves and wings of the night guards. Silver Vest helped him drag them into the bushes while the others keep an eye out. Silver marked on his map where these 2 were to be arrested later. He did not want to use the radio too much unless necessary. He was worried that Nightmare Moon might be listening in with her magic. Silver Vest trotted up to the garden door of the castle and switched to his Opti wand. He put the camera end under the door and looked at the screen carefully. Mixed crowd of armed and unarmed suspects, Pegasi, and unicorns. He checked the door after he drew back his Opti wand. Damn, it's locked, but we don't have a lot of time to find another entry. Orders. Golden Plate asked. Breach, Sting, and Clear. He said and noticed the smile through Golden Plate's balaclava. Ferrum was planting a bag of C2 at the door while Golden Plate pulls the pin of his Sting grenade with his magic. After successfully planting the bag of C2 on the door, Ferrum held out a little remote in his magical grip and waved weakly 3 times with his right forelimb. At the 4th time, every SPAT member turned his head away from the door. Ferrum felt the wind and concussion from the detonation. The door swung open at the same time, nearly being shattered to a million pieces as it did. Now it was Golden Plate's turn. He threw the Sting grenade into the room with his magic and all of them took cover as they heard it clattering to the floor. Bash, and the sound of bouncing rubber balls on stone, wood, and bodies were heard. Move in, go go go. Iron Steel yelled as he sprinted inside. The Sting ponies were stumbling around in the room, some holding themselves and shouting in pain or groaning. A guard tried to escape but he missed the door and trips, smashing his own face into the wall next to it. 2 unarmed mares, one blue, the other is white, were holding each other in shock. The white-coated mare has bloodshot red-marked eyes. She was blind. Her horn glowed weakly, so weakly most would miss it, as she scanned her surroundings magically. Every pony on the haunches. Silver Vest shouted and pointed his pepper ball gun at the guards. They were holding their forelimbs in the air and one of them said, "I give up. Please stop shoving your weapons in my face." Silver Vest drew back his pepper ball gun and cuffed up the hooves of the guards. Then he aimed at a night guard who was a Pegasus mare. The mare held herself on a spear as she tried to regain her balance. "Drop the weapon and put your hooves up," he commanded. As the mare realized what happened, she immediately dropped the spear and held her forehooves in the air as she sat down on her haunches. Undercover Agent Midnight Blossom. "Don't shoot." "Any intel?" Silver Vest said as he lowered his weapon. "Nightmare Moon had commanded me to bring Twilight to her. I assume that you saw her on the balcony. Well, she has invited her for a dinner. TOC, we have rendezvous with Midnight Blossom. She reported that Nightmare Moon has Twilight in her hooves." "Roger that, entry team. Bring Midnight Blossom home." "Sorry, Beauty," Silver Vest said as he proceeded to restrain Midnight's hooves. She responded only with a quiet giggle as she was being called Beauty. The 2 unarmed mares were still holding each other. Ferrum went up to them and commanded, "Get on your haunches and put your hooves up." The white unicorn mare followed his command. She sat on her haunches and held her forelimbs in the air. Ferrum instantly restrained her hooves with the anti-magic plastic hoof cuffs. This caused her magic to shut off and the spell to end. I can't see," she whimpered. "Don't worry, it'll be all over," says Silver Vest. Then he turned to the blue unicorn mare, who tilted her head to the side. "I won't follow your orders. On the ground, now," commanded Silver Vest, his voice firm and demanding. "No." Silver Vest fired one pepper ball at her and watched her fall back coughing and with her eyes and nose running. "You shouldn't have made it difficult," he said. The restrained Midnight Blossom whistled in surprise as she watched the scene in front of her. Silver Vest almost regretted it, but it's for their own safety as much as the safety of him and his team. He pulled out his hoof cuffs and tried to secure her. "Where's my moon-damned lawyer?" The blue unicorn coughed as she held her forelimbs in the air. He instantly secures her hooves and reports. "Keep it quiet. TOC, this is entry team. Suspects have been secured in the entryway to the Royal Gardens and are ready for transport when everything has been handled. Copy, notifying trailers. Be advised, Griffin Mercenary Company known as the Fire Feathers have joined in on our side, so be on the watch for friendly griffins," Miss July said as she wanted to gag at the thought. Despite this was beyond briefing. The once great Equestria having to cut a deal with mercs, promising them freedom to do their business in Equestria for 10 years in exchange for their help. But thanks to them the Royal Guard were already retaking land from the Lunar Rebels. "Understood, Over. Silver said and made sure to check that every member of his team knew it. It's just for your own safety, Silver Vest said to the restrained mare as he double-checked her restraints and grunted when he felt her spat on him. Have a nice day, he said with teeth clenched as he rejoined the team. They were stacked up against a door as iron steel mirrored under it. Sierra 1 to entry team, main target spotted in what looks like a dining hall, side 1 level 2. The hostage from earlier is with her, quick. Scope said, ignoring the clash of Griffin, Solar and Lunar Guard swords and spells above him. He just hoped the cloak he had brought with him kept him hard to see and everyone was too busy to notice him. We'll meet her there. Silver Vest commanded as he tried to open the door, but it was locked. Typical. He yelled, letting his emotions get the better of him for a moment. Breach it? Golden Plate switched to the breaching shotgun in a flash, pointed the muzzle at the lock and pushed the trigger. There was a possibility Nightmare Moon enchanted every lock when she took control of the castle, a plier wouldn't have worked on it. Bosh. Doors open, he said as he switched back to his Nova pump. The pellets blew away the lock of the door. The lock was still enchanted, but it was not in the door anymore. Follow me, Silver Vest commanded to his team. They cleared the room quickly before walking slowly through various hallways, but they did not meet any guards. I don't like this, it's too quiet. Iron Steel said as they look around. On the walls were paintings that show Nightmare Moon above a map of Equestria, with a new title over Equestria. The New Lunar Republic. This psycho should be ruling? That's a laugh. She'd probably go crazier and burn it all. Iron Steel determined before someone tells him to shut up. After several minutes of searching they heard the faint sound of Nightmare Moon monologuing about her glorious victory. They heard noise but it was far too muffled for them to make out clearly. The team followed it to a large door. Silver Vest switched to his own Opti wand and mirrored under the door. The hall behind the doors was large. In the middle of it was a large table, filled with the best fruits and vegetables of Equestria but only 2 chairs, one for Nightmare Moon and one for Twilight. At the rear end of the table sat the Dark Princess of the Night. Her flowing, sparkling mane resembled the night sky if viewed from space, and a lavender-colored unicorn mare lied in front of her while she pushed down a hoof on her head. The mare was sobbing in pain. Oh horse apples, she's trying to kill the hostage. Silver said as he put back the Opti wand. Breach the door and gas it, followed with clearing. I can do whatever I want to you, Twilight, and no pony can stop me. Not you, not Celestia, no pony. Nightmare Moon grinned as she added more force upon the unicorn's head. Twilight quivered in fear and wept even more. Nightmare Moon had brought her to the dining room for dining, but then Nightmare Moon decided to show how much might she has and Twilight would be nothing against her. When she had refused to eat, Nightmare simply grabbed food with her magic and shoved it down Twilight's mouth, using wine to make the trip somewhat easier. The pain was incredible, no matter how much magic she tried to use or how much she struggled, nothing seemed to get Nightmare Moon away. And now the pressure on her head made thinking hard. Twilight had tried, she could now barely keep her eyes open as she thought that it was the end of her life, her will to live fading. The thought of simply letting her spirit leave her body seemed more and more comfortable by every second of pain. This is it, it's over, Princess Celestia, I'm so sorry, she thought as Nightmare added more pressure. The door then bursted open with a bang as a load of shrapnel blew the lock clean off. Then a black-clad unicorn stallion threw magically a tin can on the table. It rolled across until it stopped in front of Nightmare Moon. Twilight instantly knew what this is, she read it in a book about a significant Equestrian Special Forces unit. She wasted no time and backed away from it after Nightmare drew back her hoof from her head, having never seen such a modern thing before. What is the meaning of this insolence? Nightmare Moon used her royal canterlet voice as she literally leaped up from the chair, only getting closer. Poof share. The contents of the CS grenade were suddenly leaving the little piece of metal. Nightmare Moon inhaled a lot of it due to being closer to the grenade. She started to cough heavily, more than she would with Pepper. Twilight sadly has it worse though. Nightmare Moon filled her up with so much wine that she was drunk. The combination of smoke and alcohol having a bad reaction. Twilight was unable to put up even the smallest bit of resistance and vomited on the ground, while coughing from the smoke, the once pristine and well-polished floor now ruined. "Keep it moving, go go go." Silver Vest yelled out at the top of his lungs as the team moved in to surround the Dark Princess. The 4 unicorns quickly sprinted across the hall, aiming their weapons at the fallen alicorn sister. "Put your hooves over the head and sit down on your haunches." "TOC, this is Sierra 1, entry team spotted." "Quick." Scope said, Magic preparing to take a shot if necessary, sighing in relief that things had calmed down around him. Nightmare Moon, still coughing, looked at them in utter surprise at this act against her. Her surprise then changed to pure rage and she summoned a very deadly magical blast in her horn. The air started to vibrate due to the immense dark magic. But 3 stings in her face broke her concentration, both the impact and something else. A very familiar scent. Pepper. Silver Vest had shot 3 pepper balls right into her face, the pepper was already kicking in. She could not help herself from coughing and sneezing, her horn stopped glowing, her eyes ran with stinging tears and her nose leaked snot from her agitated sinuses. In any case, Farum moved up with his GB-36, switched to the 2-shot burst mode and aimed at Nightmare Moon on your haunches. "Do it now. Surrender or suffer dismemberment," a voice said behind them. They were turning around, only to spot a group of 4 night guards stepping in the dining hall through the broken doors, equipped with swords, spears, axes and a crossbow. Quick Scope spotted the night guards through his scope and aimed at them as he reported, "TOC, this is Sierra 1. I have visual contact with 4 suspects, Side 1 Level 2. But the SPAT unicorns were not really phased since they hold way more advanced weapons." Silver Vest quickly ordered Iron Steel secure the main suspect. Before turning with Farum and Golden Plate to the attackers, "Guys, we don't want any trouble. Just drop your weapons and give up. There doesn't need to be any bloodshed. And why should we surrender?" A night guard snickered, rising an axe and preparing to throw it at the black-clad unicorns. Instead of answering him, Silver Vest fired 4 pepper balls at him, making him drop his axe and sneezing madly as he tried to rub his eyes, only rubbing the pepper in deeper. Another night guard charged at Farum with a sword, but he fired a burst at his front limbs. The night guard yelled in pain and dropped the sword and himself onto the cold ground. Then Farum drew out his taser, stunned the other still sneezing night guard and yelled to the others, "Drop your weapons." The night guard twitched and his colleagues were dropping their jaws and weapons in shock. "I give up. Please don't shoot." Another night guard, who was equipped with the crossbow, sat down on his haunches and held his 4 hooves in the air. "Empty hooves? I'm unarmed." The last night guard shouted, showing he was not carrying a weapon. "Bring order to chaos completed." "Filthy excuse of Ponies." Nightmare Moon snarled, who stopped sneezing. Iron Steel approached the mayor and yelled loudly, "Hooves in the air and give up." "I will never give up." Nightmare Moon screamed as Farum restrains the hooves of the once so proudly and loyal night guards. "She won't comply." Golden Plate said and aimed with his less lethal shotgun at her. Then he pushed the trigger. A loud roar from his shotgun echoes through the hall, mixed with Nightmare Moon's yell of pain as a beanbag round hit her right wing. The SPAT learned during their apprenticeship that the wings of a Pegasus or a Licorn were the most sensitive, and easily damaged, parts of their bodies. Even a light punch causes a lot of pain. So when a beanbag round hits a wing, the pain cannot be described in words. A beanbag round or less than lethal round consists of not more than a little cushion made of rubber. When it hits a target, it doesn't injure or even kill him. It causes extreme pain and disorientation though. Nightmare Moon was clearly not used to pain, This much was obvious to the SPAT unicorns as she sits down on her haunches and started to cry, while rubbing her madly aching wing which was twitching with a bad bruise. Golden Plate slided the pump of his shotgun back and forth, ready to deliver another beanbag round if she tried to do something wrong. Iron Steel walked up to her and cuffed up her hooves and wings with the anti-magic hoof cuffs. Immediately, her ever-blowing mane and tail were quickly losing their flowing ability and were soon left hanging by her side. Her wing was not injured in any way beyond a bruise, but it was hurting her a lot. "You won't get away with this," she tried to intimidate Iron Steel, but without her magic, she was as helpless as a worm in the desert. She was not even a physically strong pony, not even able to cause pressure on Twilight's head without her magic. She used her magic to bolster her movements because she lacked a good amount of stamina and muscle mass from all her time on the moon. Silver Vest and Ferrum were cuffing up the hooves of the remaining night guards while Golden Plate checked on Twilight. "Entry team to TOC, we have multiple suspects and the primary hostile, all are restrained and ready for transport." "Roger that, proceed with your objectives." "Miss July said and yelled behind her that Nightmare Moon has been neutralized and then had to hold her ears as the cheers nearly deafened her. "Neutralize Nightmare Moon completed." Silver Vest trotted up to Twilight and said sorry, but it's just for your own safety, and he cuffs up the hooves of hers. "And Shayu will take me out of this chair?" she asked slurring, but tears were welling up in her eyes. "Yes, of course. Because of that we're here. They shade that, there was a jailbreak a few weeks ago, led by my very brother, they took all but they left me here," Twilight muttered, the world feeling like it was spinning. "That was a bucking lie, Shining Armor is in the dungeons like every pony else. And by the way, we're the jailbreak and we will set every pony free," Silver Vest said. Then he spotted the ring around Twilight's head. It was an anti-magic ring that blocks the magic of the unicorn who has it around its horn. "Iron, I need you and your pliers," he said firmly. Iron Steel trotted up to the unicorn mare, took out his plier set and with one swift magical move, he yanked off the ring from her horn. "You'll never set Princess Celestia free." "I am now the sun," Nightmare Moon said as she fought against her hoof zips, "but they were too strong and she is too weak now." "Hey, Noppany, really Noppany want your useless futile excuse of a light-emitting diode on the top of the sky. We almost had to use night gear for walking up here," Iron Steel said, at which she winced heavily. A strange sound escaped her muzzle. It sounds halfway between a sob and a growl. "Come, we have to save the Princess of the Sun," Silver Vest said and trotted out from the hall, followed by his squad mates. After a few minutes, they have found the entrance to the dungeons and Silver Vest commanded elements, "Let's play it safe. Mirror under the door." "Swap with me," Iron Steel said to Golden Plate who trotted up behind him. Iron switches to his Opti wand and did the mirroring. "Noppany inside," he said as he draws back his Opti wand. "Open and clear." They tried to open the door but found it locked, none of them wanting to admit the embarrassment of not checking the door. The locked door was an indicator that a pony locked himself in the dungeons. Or some pony locked it up, possibly Nightmare herself. But a lock, with whatever locking spell on it, was always no problem for the SPAT unicorns. "Sir, it's locked." "Orders." "Breach and clear," Silver Vest said after he sighed at this little mistake they made. Golden Plate took out his breaching shotgun, aims at the lock and with a push on the trigger with his magic, he blew it away. "Doors open, now go." Golden Plate said as he switches to his less lethal shotgun and galloped in the dungeon. His squad mates were following him. Soon they were in front of Princess Celestia's cell. The lock of it is enchanted like any other lock, too, and it needed to be blown away with a bag of C2 or the breaching shotgun. "Deploy breaching shotgun." "Copy," and Golden Plate drew out said weapon. As before, he blew away the lock of the door. The door swung open, revealing a sight inside of the cell. Princess Celestia was secured with two large magical chains on the opposite wall. She was in a pretty bad shape, her normally white fur was dirty gray and have red scratches. Her crown and jewelry were gone and her mane did not float. The magical chains were blocking her magic, similar to the anti-magic hoofcuffs. But the hoofcuffs were much lighter and easier to use. When a suspect did not need them anymore, the SPAT just cut the plastic with a simple scissor and it lost its anti-magic ability. But these chains were not made of plastic. They were made of very special iron. A quick scanning spell by Farum revealed it has been enchanted with an anti-magic and paralyzation spell. Outside, a door of a cell opened. A dark blue night guard unicorn trotted out, holding a crossbow in his magical grip. He heard the shots and hid himself in one of the cells, to give the unwanted intruders an unwanted surprise. "Hey, Your Majesty. Are you awake?" Farum asked. He prepared to blast the chains away with his two remaining bags of C2. The eyes of Princess Celestia were opening weakly. She did not eat for days. "We're here to rescue every pony. I'll blow the chains away with C2 but you need to turn your head away on 3, okay?" She did not seem to understand at first, but then she nodded. Turning away their heads from C2 was just for their own safety, in case a piece of wood, metal, or stone found its way into the face of some pony. Farum planted the first bag of C2 on the right chain. "C2 planted, prepare for the blast," he said as he takes out a little remote. He waved weakly 3 times with his right forelimb. At the 4th time, they all turned their heads away from the bag. Boom. "Prepare for the second blast," and he planted the last bag. Suddenly, a unicorn night guard appeared at the door of the cell and fired with a crossbow at the group of SPAT. The flechette, more than a simple arrow, pierced right through Iron Steel's stomach, the unarmored section. "Serves you right," the night guard shouted. He screamed in pain and fell to the ground. He is not dead, but he was now rendered immobile, heaving and gasping as he bled onto the floor. Like a clockwork, Farum cancelled his planting and turned around, just to shoot a short burst in the attacker's head with his GB-36. The night guard did not even grunted in pain, he just fell to the side, not moving and not breathing. "Suspect down," Farum stated. "Bucking dammit," Silvervest muttered, angry at himself because they did not check the cells. He examined the unicorn's injury, then he reported entry team to TOC, "Officer Steele is injured and in need of an evac. Tell me someone is coming, I don't know how bad this is," he said, helping Iron Steel to put pressure on the injury. "Copy, notifying EMTs, they might be ponies or griffins so be careful." Miss July felt a knot in her stomach at the thought of one of her friends being seriously injured, but the best she could do was help coordinate things and stay strong. EMT is the simple word for the ambulance chariot. But in an emergency something so simply could make fear fade away. "Don't worry, I got him," Farum said and stood beside Iron, casting a few first aid spells to help out. Silver got up and walked over to the dead night guard. He did not need to look further at the corpse, a hole in its head confirmed death. It was not really necessary. The SPAT were always trying to save the lives of every pony and were always trying to take non-lethal action. But this suspect was far too dangerous and had to be taken down. "TOC, this is entry team. Suspect killed." "Roger that. Proceed with your objectives." Boom. The last magical chain shattered in 1,000 pieces as the C2 exploded. Princess Celestia fell on her legs, but she kept her balance. Her mane gained back its flowing nature. "Entry team to TOC, Princess Celestia is free and secured." "Good work entry team. Go back to HQ for debrief." Set Princess Celestia free completed. "Shit, we almost messed this up," Farum muttered. "So, your possessed sister is in the dining hall, restrained and secured. We had to be a little rough to her." "How much?" Princess Celestia asked, curious and worried for her sister. Despite what she did, Luna was still Celestia's little sister. Beanbag round at her wing. She screwed up her face. She could imagine how much that must have hurt. I know you probably had no other alternative. You have my thanks for the rescue, but I will take care of Nightmare Moon, and your friend here. Really, just go home to your families, you deserved it, she says softly to them. Okay, your majesty. But don't remove her hoofcuffs until the elements of harmony balanced her. Then let's go home, Farum said and turned around. They all strapped their weapons to their sides, walking out of the dungeons and out of the castle, but only after they watched Celestia use her mighty magic to stabilize and fully stop Iron's bleeding. On the town square, every pony looked around in utter confusion. Their eyes were not green anymore, but the real reason for this is still unknown. But to find out what it caused was not the SPAT's problem. They felt very nervous under the eye of so many armed griffins, but so long as they didn't break the law there wouldn't be a problem. The team and several others received a standing ovation once they were back at HQ, but their job was far from over. The rest of the week was filled with re-establishing order and stopping riots around Canterlot. It took a while and a lot of work, but eventually everything went back to the way it was supposed to be. Iron Steel even received a medal from Celestia herself. And while Iron did not wanted a medal, he did not turn it down either so as not to appear rude. But Iron, like the other members of SPAT, did his duty not for the glory or the paycheck, but for saving lives, and when he was done recovering, Iron planned on doing just that. Chapter 4, Ponyville Sugar Cube Corner, Hostage Rescue / Alternate Ending to Cupcake's Creepypasta. Briefing audio. Emergence Situation Service, here's Central BCC. Yuan, go ahead. A SPAT team is requested for a hostage rescue and high-risk warrant service situation at Sector Ponyville, Sugar Cube Corner. Several citizens disappeared from Ponyville and their whereabouts were unknown until a foal spotted Pinkie Pie handling with skulls at the backside of the Sugar Cube Corner. She also said that civilian Rainbow Dash was missing. Understood, we are en route. Briefing, a few weeks ago, citizens of the town Ponyville were disappearing without a single trace. At first, the town ignored it but became worried as more ponies disappeared. We sent the best SPAT investigators, but soon we realized that this was the work of an expert. Just one day ago, a foal named Apple Bloom went into the bakery to meet Rainbow Dash for something private. As she did not find her, she asked Pinkie Pie Rainbow's whereabouts, but was met with a quick "I don't know" before she disappeared behind the back door. Apple Bloom followed her and spotted her stacking up a pile of real-looking pony skulls. She panicked and immediately called the 911 emergency call. We have no doubt that Pinkie Pie has something to do with all those disappearings, including a griffin named Gilda. The Griffin Empire is already sitting in Princess Celestia's neck, and it would cause an enormous politic warfare if she died in Equestria in the hooves of a pony. 911 audio call. Miss July, 911 emergency call, Sector Ponyville, how can I help you? Civilian, hello, ma name's Apple Bloom, and, I worrying about ma friend Rainbow Dash. I don't know where she is. Miss July, do you know the last position of her, my dear? Civilian, we wanted to meet at the Sugar Cube Corner, to talk about something. She flew in there, but I didn't find her afterwards. Miss July, what happened then? Take your time and tell me everything. Civilian, I asked Pinkie Pie, but she just answered that she wouldn't know anything about her. I followed her secretly to the backyard, where she proceeded to stack up skulls of ponies. I think she has her. Tell me that help is coming, I'm scared. Miss July, where are you, sweetie? Are you in a safe location? Civilian, I am in the town hall, using one of the only telephones in Ponyville. Yes, I think I am safe. Miss July, stay where you are. Help is on the way, but please stay in touch with me. Objectives? Rescue Rainbow Dash. Neutralize Pinkie Pie. Investigate Sugar Cube Corner. Investigate Sugar Cube Corner for other hostages and victims. Hostages. Rainbow Dash, 20, bearer of the element of loyalty. Apple Bloom wanted to meet her at the Sugar Cube Corner. Gilda, 23, a non-local. If we don't find her alive, at least we have the pony who's responsible for her death. Suspects. Pinkie Pie, 21, bearer of the element of laughter. She did not behave unusual. Caution is advised when we encounter her. Summary. September 23, 1920. Ponyville. Sugar Cube Corner. Hostage rescue / high-risk warrant service. The sky over Ponyville was covered in storm clouds, the rain obscuring the stars and moonlight as a black, and unmarked, carriage remained hidden behind a dumpster close to Sugar Cube Corner. The sudden storm had not been on any weather reports, but it was too late into the night for any pony to notice, save for the ones who needed it. Inside the carriage sat Officer Silvervest and his SPAT squad. Iron Steel was smoking his pipe as he loaded rounds into his Benelli M4 shotgun. Golden Vest was saying his prayers to Princess Luna while Ferrum prayed to the mother of the princesses, Lady Faust. Silvervest had placed on his earpiece so he could hear the briefing like the others as he checked and rechecked his weapon. Detective 316 Silver, Stallion, Truck Unit 3 are responding Code 3 at Ponyville Sugar Cube Corner for hostage rescue and high-risk warrant service, the dispatch officer said to the headsets of every SPAT Unicorn member. They had just arrived at the Sugar Cube Corner bakery, owned by a Mr. and Mrs. Cake. It was also the last known location of Rainbow Dash. A civilian foal by the name of Apple Bloom had stated seeing RD flying into the bakery. She went after her after a few minutes later to talk with her about something of a private nature, but then she was nowhere to be found. And after Apple Bloom questioned where she was, Pinkie Pie just showed up out of nowhere and answered, "I don't know." All of this attention began when, a few weeks ago, large numbers of Ponyville citizens disappeared, along with a foreign citizen. A Griffin Empire citizen by the name of Gilda, which threatened to turn this into a political incident, though the details of her disappearance were still up for debate. The fact that she was last seen in Ponyville where other disappearances occurred raised many red flags. Silvervest's superiors were hoping the team found her alive, otherwise the already strained ties with the Empire would be further damaged. They even promised Silver a pay raise if he brought her out alive, but Silver didn't need the pay raise, not that he would turn it down if he got it, but he was in this to save lives. And thankfully, thanks to that little filly Apple Bloom, they might just be able to. With what Apple Bloom had seen and what was going on around Ponyville, she grew worried, and when none would believe her, she called the police and left a tip that proved rather useful. "All right, final checks before mission begins," Silvervest ordered, and the team wasted no time. Iron Steel quickly put out his pipe and placed it in his saddlebag for when the mission was over. Silvervest was checking the JHP rounds for his HK-45. He made sure his taser was charged before securing a flashbang, opti-wand and a pepper spray can to his tactical rig. Iron Steel was equipped with a M4 Super 90 with 00 buckshot ammunition, a Glock 18, a breaching shotgun, a door wedge, and his lucky can of pepper spray he used on any suspects that needed to be reminded of who was the bad flank and who was the criminal being arrested. Ferrum was equipped with a M3 Super 90 with 00 buckshot ammunition, a Glock 18, 3 bags of C2 and a flashbang. He finished up his prayers and slipped on his balaclava just as the others did as well. Golden Plate was equipped with a silenced HK-MP5 with JHP ammunition, a taser gun, a sting grenade and a door wedge, though he seemed nervous about the mission. Quickscope was already positioned on the roof of a house across from the target building and watching the windows of the upper floors. His eye was pressed against the scope of his HK-PSG-1, a semi-automatic sniper rifle. They were unsure of if Pinkie was working alone or with others, so if the cakes turned into a threat, Quickscope was ready to drop them harder than a bag of hammers. "I wish I had some coffee though," he said to himself as he shivered, rain hitting his body as he wondered if this could count towards hazard pay. Mission begins now, said Silver Vest to HQ before Iron Steel opened the carriage door and they all trotted out, using the darkness of the rain to cover them while they ran to the main entrance of the bakery. It's locked. Ferrum, pick the lock, Silver ordered and nearly slapped Golden Plate upside the head when he added, "But you're in his spot, sir," while hiding a faint snicker. "Scratch that, Golden Plate, you're on point," he said and switched places, keeping an eye on the windows as he wondered what the buck they would be fighting this time. It seemed like civilization was falling apart and only barely being kept together by the hard work of SPAT and other law enforcement agencies. Focus, no time to be dramatic. Mission comes first. Silver Vest reminded himself and kept checking the perimeter while Golden Plate worked. It took Golden Plate a few seconds longer than it should have, but soon he started to break the mechanism of the lock, and after a flash of lightning and the boom of thunder, he drew back his pliers. "Doors unlocked, sir." "Keep it moving, clear it, watch for booby traps," Silver Vest commanded. Golden Plate sprinted inside, clearing the room, while he is followed by the rest of the team. "TOC, we're in the bakery and continuing forward," Silver Vest said to the HQ. "Copy, entry team, stay sharp. Area's clear. No traps. I don't think Pony knows we are here," Ferrum determined as he spotted Pony. The bakery was empty and the Cake family must be absent. He saw the stairs to the upper floor and said to the leader of the team, "Should we look upstairs, guys?" "Yes, split up. Golden and Ferrum, clear the upper floor." "Iron, we cover that area," Silver Vest commanded. The two unicorns were sprinting upstairs. Iron Steel and Silver Vest could hear their yelling, "Police! Come out! Sierra 1 to TOC, elements spotted. Quick!" Scope said while he watched the team search the upper floors. The team on the upper floor radios out. "No one up here at all, no sign of any traps either." Silver Vest asked Quick Scope entry team to Sierra 1, asking for sightings, earlier contacts. "Negative, there wasn't any pony at all, I assumed they are absent." Golden Plate and Ferrum trotted downstairs from the upper floor to rejoin the group. Their weapons were strapped to their sides, where they could grab them if necessary. There were not any traces of Pinkie Pie, Rainbow Dash, or anything. The mission was looking like a total bust. Silver Vest thought over the whole situation. He could feel something was not right, but he just couldn't put his hoof on it. Pinkie Pie was here 2 hours ago. She had not been seen leaving the building, which meant she was still inside. Then Vest realized that they didn't find any baking supplies, no flour or milk, not anything. Silver Vest's horn glowed as he had an epiphany and ordered elements, "Look for the basement." "Roger that." The team responded and began looking for any doors that led below, their hoof steps slow and as light as they could manage to keep anyone below from hearing them. Iron Steel checked the counter and found a door off to the side behind a bookcase. "Over here," he said, and the team moved up to join him. Iron Steel holds his breath as he slowly opened the door with his shotgun up, while Golden Plate prepared a shield spell in case Pinkie knew they were coming. When the door finally opened and Steel shined his light inside, they found a broom closet. It was a small room for cleaning supplies or random objects that didn't have a place elsewhere. "Bucking, damn it," Iron said, "this is freaking unbelievable. Where the Tartarus is she?" Iron Steel said, starting to get really angry. The team had begun to move away, but when Golden Plate spotted something very odd on the floor. Several bottles with no markings and slightly covered by a rag. He took it with his magic and yells, "Sir, I've found something." Silver Vest walked in the kitchen and strapped his weapon on his side. Then he examined the bottle. It is small and contains a translucent liquid, that moved like water when shook, but slightly thicker. He opened it and waved the scent towards his nose on it. The smell made his nose feel like it was on fire before feeling slightly numb for a second. "Horse apples, these bottles are filled with KO drops, our lovely element of laughter seems to be mixed in with the wrong crowd," Silver Vest said. Suddenly, Ferrum yells, "I've found a door in the floor." From the inside of another broom closet in the kitchen. The team trots up to the door. It was well hidden under a rug that matched the floor, making it hard to see in the dark. Ferrum just noticed it as he stepped on it and heard a hollow sound thanks to the brass horseshoe. TOC, Officer Ferrum found a trap door in a closet in the kitchen. It appears unlocked. We are breaching, alert the local guard to have transports and medivacs prepared. We don't know what we will find down there, he said and swallowed saliva that had collected in his throat. Yes, keep an eye out for civilians, we don't know how many victims are still alive. Miss July said back at HQ, the Pegasus pony felt her wings flutter in anxiety as she began alerting the other law enforcement and medical teams inside of Ponyville. The captain Sonny Bond stood behind her, to watch at the screens of the entry team's helmet cameras as he sipped on a cup of coffee. Silver Vest opened the door with his magic and pointed the barrel of his .45 SMG. He waited a second and activated the flashlight. The light illuminated stairs that led 2 meters down into what looked like an old basement that was not used often. He trotted downstairs with the team close behind him, Ferrum feeling focused and ready to kick flank. Golden Plate was doing his best to stay calm and not think of what horrible sights he might see. Iron Steel was doing his best to fight off the desire to smoke and keep his tradition of smoking after a successful mission. Elements, stay close, Silver whispered, feeling safer knowing his friends had his back. The stairs lead to a tight corridor, a small candle providing light on a wall next to a soundproof door. Brighter light was coming out of the bottom of the door, letting the SPATs know that they had found their target. I'm gonna mirror the door. Cover me, Silver Vest said as he switched to his Opti wand, sitting on the ground while the others aimed at the door. As he looked at the screen, he let out a loud gasp as he saw something that would have sent weaker ponies running in fear to their mommies. Rainbow Dash was strapped down on a metal table, the cleaned-up skeletons of several ponies were posed around the room on strings like puppets. A small table had skulls in circle with party hats on. Above the table was a banner with the words "Life is a Party" written in blood. But the most terrifying thing was Pinkie Pie. The once bubbly element of laughter was showing Rainbow Dash a costume, made of Cutie Mark skin and around 3 pairs of Pegasus wings. Her mane still has the fluffy condition but she has bloodshot eyes and an insane smile on her face. Do you see my work? Do you see? Do you see? She shouted to Rainbow Dash who was in tears, her movements indicated she was still alive, this was a full-on rescue mission now. Find Rainbow Dash completed. Silver told the team what he saw and was about to get up when he saw Pinkie pull up a small cart of tools. Wait, he said, almost frozen in awe at the horror of it. Pinkie picked up a clean scalpel and a marker. She uses the marker to make a circle around Dash's cutie mark in preparation to remove it. Silver threw his Opti wand back and tried to open the door, but it was locked. It's locked. Damn it, go loud. Blow the door. He ordered and jumped out of the way of Iron Steel as he ran up with his breaching shotgun. Iron Steel points the muzzle of his weapon at the lock and with one push on the trigger, he blows the lock away. He then slammed his shoulder against the door, forcing it open and falling to the ground while the others ran past him. Police. Drop the scalpel and put your hooves up. Golden Plate yelled as his weapon shook a little in his magic, the entire room made him panicking. Rainbow Dash was already hyperventilating as they interrupted Pinkie just as she began to cut. She looked at the SPAT ponies in a mix of joy and disbelief. Pinkie Pie was not fazed at all. She slowly turned to face the officers with a smile. Hi, you guys are early. Can you just give me a minute and then we can start the party, she said, turning back to Rainbow. This is not a party. This is insane. You need help, Miss Pie. Just come with us and we can get you help, Silver Vest said, holding one hoof out as he tried to sound as friendly and comforting as he could. This was one of the elements of harmony, a national hero. He didn't want to take her down. Yes, but just let me finish my work, then I'll go with you. And with that she prepared to continue cutting Rainbow Dash. No. No. Make her stop. Get her away from me. Rainbow yelled, struggling against her bonds wildly. Stop. Ferrum shouted as he fired a warning shot above Pinky's head. She just ducked as the bullet hit the ceiling above her, sending some dirt on her mane. You're ruining everything. Stop being such meanies. Pinkie Pie said, sounding like a filly being picked on. She threw the scalpel in her hoof like a knife as the officers ducked for cover, save for Golden Plate who felt the scalpel his shoulder where the armor was not present. Gotta, he sat down and grabbed his shoulder, shouting in pain as Pinky again brought the tip of another scalpel to Rainbow Dash, but this time she stood with her body in front of Dash. The officers couldn't risk shooting without hitting Dash. Silver magically raised his weapon as time seemed to move incredibly fast but also just as slow, his brain working overtime to figure out a solution, when it hit him. Pinky was standing on her hind legs, an abnormal position for a pony. With all the smoothness of a well-oiled machine, Silver Vest lined up the shot and fired 4 times, 2 shots for each leg. The rounds he had fired were JHP ammunition, which while it does not have great piercing power, it will stick in organic matter and shred it up. Pinkie Pie dropped the scalpel and screamed in pain as she fell with a wicked thud to the ground, her hind legs were bleeding. The rounds had shattered the bones so much that she would never again be able to walk, let alone stand. You just shoot at me," she said, looking to the officers while her eyes welled up with tears, her lower lip quivering. "Well, that was your responsibility," Silver Vest said coldly to her, then he looked over to the corner filled with mutilated corpses while Ferrum and Iron jumped on her to cuff her, not bothering to be gentle while Pinky cried and sobbed, calling the officers bullies for ruining her party. Her title of a national hero was gone at that point. "TOC, this is entry team. We have a lot of DOAs here. At least 6 ponies, likely more. We should be able to identify them all via dental records and QT marks. The suspect, well, the suspect took good care of their skulls and QT marks. Understood, proceed with your objectives and search for living victims. Medical teams and local guard will be there in 10 minutes, Miss July said as she sighed in relief that her team was safe. They all felt like the brothers she never had. DOA meant dead on arrival, that a victim was already dead as the entry team arrived. It was also the term Silver hated the most. Golden Plate groaned in pain as he held his shoulder, the scalpel was already removed since it was not deep. Ferrum and Iron Steel were unstrapping Rainbow Dash and helped her on her hooves. She could not stand properly, she was under a heavy mental shock and looked ready to either pass out or vomit, possibly both. Ferrum helped to keep her steady by instructing how to hold herself on him while he brings her out from the basement, Iron Steel moving with him. "Don't worry, I have Plate," Silver called out when Iron went back to get him. "TOC, this is entry team. Hostage has been rescued, but she is in need of medical help, and get a head doctor too, she's gonna need one," Iron said when they left the building and waved to some medical Pegasus ponies who came over with a stretcher. "Roger that, EMTs should be there now." Ferrum restrained Pinky's hooves with his own cuffs, just to be sure, while Golden Plate gets up, groaning a bit. Hey, sit down, you're hurt," Silver said, moving to his friend. No, I'm fine, it was just shock, I'm okay," Plate said, nodding his head as he shivered from the adrenaline rush. "Well, stay here while I look for any more victims, if she gets loose don't hesitate to shoot," Silver ordered and began looking around the room, to find another door that led elsewhere. Outside, Ferrum was reporting the status of the mission before following Iron Steel back inside. "Entry team to TOC, suspect has been secured and will be taken into custody. Royal Guards may come in, we are re-entering building to search for other survivors. Golden Plate had a small injury and looks to be okay but have an ambulance ready. Copy, good work entry. The bosses are proud. Ambulance on the way, Miss July said while the office was filled with applause over a successful operation. Only Sonny Bonds muttered how Plate could be get wounded. Take Pinkie Pie into custody completed. Investigate Sugar Cube Corner completed. Investigate Sugar Cube Corner for other hostages and victims in progress. Iron Steel and Ferrum were almost back down to the slaughter room when they heard a loud screech and gunfire. They didn't bother looking at each other but ran down as fast as they could, nearly tripping on the stairs, and arrived to find Golden Plate and Silver Vest struggling to hold down a large griffin who was missing one of its wings and had several stitches on its body. You bitch. You bucking bitch. I'll kill you. I'll rip you up and see how you like it, she yelled and tried to punch Golden Plate, who kept trying to say something to her. TOC, this is entry team, we've found the foreign citizen but she's gone berserk upon seeing her kidnap, Silver said, before Gilda head-butted him. Taser the bird. Ferrum said, while looking around for one. They needed to stun her or else she could do real harm in her rage-filled rampage. They did not want to use the lethal weapons on her. It was also against the laws of SPAT to injure a victim with a lethal weapon. Bucking ponies. Damn you. I'm the victim here. You should be letting me kill her. Gilda shouted, almost reaching the still crying Pinkie Pie when Iron Steel slammed into her side and got on top of her. Do something, he yelled when Gilda almost wrapped her claw around his neck, before Golden Plate slapped the cuffs on her hands and held her in a chokehold, talking gibberish to her. The others quickly got a hold of Gilda and did their best to control her. All of them doing their best to keep Gilda under control, save for Golden Plate, who kept talking in strange words. Faust, damn it boy, will you do something? Ferrum said as suddenly Gilda seemed to relax and went limp. The only thing she did was talk back to Golden Plate and started crying. What did you do? Was it a spell? Silver Vest said, panting hard as Golden Plate rubbed his injured shoulder, which was now in a lot of pain. No, I was talking to her in Griffinic. I thought it might calm her down to hear her native language, Golden Plate said, slowly rubbing Gilda's head feathers while she cried and sucked her thumb, rolling up into a fetal position. This also allowed the officers to see her back, where it looked like she had lost a lot of skin over time, as Pinkie must have wanted to make such a rare meal last longer. Gilda mumbled the same words over and over again while tears rolled from her eyes like a river. What is she saying? Iron asked as he stuffed a rag into Pinkie's mouth to keep her from saying anything that might set off the griffin again. Golden Plate paused for a moment and sighed. She's just saying she wants to go home. A few minutes later Golden Plate and Gilda were taken to the ambulance. Pinkie was thrown in a different ambulance heading to a different hospital. Then Shining Armor, along with 4 royal guards, made it into the basement where the other 3 SPAT officers were. Oh dear, Celestia. Shining muttered as he spotted the horror, his face turning green. We will take it from here. Good work, but now go home. You deserved it, Shining said, nodding his head to each officer as he and his men waited for the investigators to start finding out who the other victims were. Thank Faust, Ferrum said while he and his exhausted team went upstairs. The safeties turned on for their weapons as they trotted out from the basement. Outside the bakery, a large crowd had gathered. Some ponies heard the shots and were attracted by them, others were curious as to why there was a crowd. The officers all got into their self-moving carriage and drove back to HQ for debriefing and a hot shower. It took long for Gilda to get better, but after 3 weeks she was almost back to her old self, and even though she missed having both of her wings, she was thankful to be alive. So thankful she even hired a private investigator to find Golden Plate so that she could personally thank him for calming her down, both in the basement and on the ambulance. Chapter 5, 2191, Northfield Road, Canterlot High, Rapid Deployment. Objectives: rescue all civilians, in progress. Neutralize attackers, in progress. Bring order to chaos, in progress. Rapid deployment. 2191 Northfield Road, Canterlot High. August 20, 2115. Commander 20 Adam, this is Central BCC. Multiple SWAT units are responding code 3 to CP at 2191 Northfield Road, Canterlot High School for rapid deployment, reported the dispatch officer to Adams, the leader of his SWAT team. The squad consisted of the officers Gerard, Reynolds, Jackson, and Fields. They had just arrived with their truck at the back entrance of the Canterlot High School. Co-principal Luna called the police as a student, named Sunset Shimmer, had apparently begun threatening other students before the line went dead and explosions were reported soon after. This was being treated as a school shooting. SWAT was moving in immediately since not many students had escaped, leading the officers to believe many were trapped inside. The presence of explosives also complicated things, but there was no time to wait for the bomb squad. TOC to entry team, you are cleared for action. Go when ready, said a male voice on the other end. Entry team to TOC, we're beginning mission right now, replied Adams after he and his team had jumped out of the van and started moving as quickly as they could while keeping their weapons trained on windows and doors in case they were spotted by the shooters. Elements, stack up on the door. Check the lock, Adams commanded while holding a GB-36 in his hands. He has a Glock 18 as his sidearm, 2 flashbangs, an opti wand, a door wedge and a breaching shotgun for the rest of his equipment. Copy boss, Reynolds said as the team stacked up on the sides of the door, 2 on each side. Officer Fields grabs the handle of it and turns around, making sure he was ready to jump back if one of the shooters had placed a bomb or something. The door is already unlocked and a quick look showed there were no trip wires. It's open. Orders. Open and clear. Keep it moving. We have some kids to save. The officers take positions around the door, 1 or 2 of them holding their breath. Then Fields opens it in a swift motion and shouts inside, go. And runs inside, followed by the rest of the team. They enter into a now empty lunchroom. Officer Reynolds walks to the left side of the room with Fields clear so far. Moving forward, exclaims Officer Gerard, looking into the kitchen where it seemed the school's janitor had gone to take a nap and smoke some weed, a lot of weed. Civilian sighted. Sir, sir. Gerard asked and gently kicked the janitor's shoe before taking a look at his name tag. Discord. Gerard then cuffed him and made sure to catalog the weed before moving back to the others. Areas clear. No one else in the perimeter. Officer Jackson lowers his HK.45, loaded with JHP ammunition. The lunchroom is empty. The team could now move forward and had a good insertion point for the paramedics and other officers. But they still had a lot of ground to cover. The school is large and the suspect could be anywhere. Officer Adams takes the lead as he moved to one of the doors of the lunchroom. Stay behind me. I'm taking point. Here's Sierra 1. Civilians spotted in the courtyard of the school. Sierra 1 positioned himself on the roof of a nearby building and looks through the scope of a HKPSG-1, a semi-automatic sniper rifle, at the front side of the school where an armored van had parked and other officers were waving the students to come to them, an ambulance waiting to take any emergency cases to the hospital. Copy. The team moved into one of the school's hallways. Papers were scattered everywhere, forcing the officers to step carefully. For some strange reason the lockers of all the students are open, the contents are lying scattered across the tiled floor like a carpet. It looks like something or someone scared the living shit out of the students and they all left the school in a big hurry and then decided to force open every locker. Something wasn't adding up. What the fuck happened here? Mutters Officer Reynolds. He has a pepper ball gun, a taser gun, in case of students who would not comply. He also had 2 CS gas grenades, 1 stinger, and a pepper spray. For breaching doors, he has 3 bags of C2. TOC to entry team, we noticed some kind electrical interference in the courtyard of the school, be advised. Copy. Responded. Adams. The team made their way to the front of the school, wanting to make sure it was not booby-trapped for any students who might want to escape that way. They found nothing, but then again they weren't the bomb squad. They then moved into the principal's office. They could hear the sounds of movement inside, so Adams made a hand sign for no talking. Red team. The red team consists of Officer Gerard and Reynolds. Check behind the door. Adams signed with his hands so that anyone in Principal Celestia's office would not know they were there. On it, sir, says Reynolds as he straps his pepper ball gun on his chest. You're in my way, sir, he said in a very low voice, and Adams rolled his eyes as he moved to give Reynolds some space. Reynolds drew out the opti wand from his back and mirrored under the door. Blue team. The blue team consists of the officers Fields and Jackson. Cover that area. He signs, pointing to the way they got in, to prevent them from being ambushed. Copy, boss. One civilian, says Officer Reynolds as he switches back to his pepper gun. Orders. Red team, open and clear, commands Officer Adams as he takes position at the wall. Officer Gerard opens the door and they rush inside. Police. Show me your hands. Principal Celestia is clearly shocked by their sudden break-in in her office. She hides behind the desk instinctively. But as she recognizes the men as SWAT, she stands up and says, "Oh, thank God you're here, but I have to make myself sure that my students are safe." And takes a few steps to the door before Reynolds gets in front of her. "You're in my way, officer," Celestia yelled. She knew she should have done what they said, but she couldn't live with herself if her students were hurt. "Lady, this is our job. Get down, now," instructs Officer Reynolds and reluctantly aims his pepper ball gun at Celestia. He respected what she was trying to do, but she was putting herself in danger, and if she doesn't comply with the orders of the SWAT team, she would need to be peppered. Okay, my hands are up," she says as she sits down on her knees and holds her hands up. "Civilian complied," says Reynolds, and Officer Adams takes out handcuffs to zip her hands up. "Hey, not so, ouch, tight," she protests, but Adams just answered, "Sorry ma'am. Just hang in there, you will be evacuated soon." Then he reports entry team to TOC, civilian secured and ready for an evac. "Copy, we will come in when it's clear." "Sister, are thou all right?" says Luna as she walks in through another door in the room. Celestia's office having always had a door to Luna's office. She cuts herself off as she spots the SWAT members. "Oh, the police." She sighs in relief. "On your knees, now," exclaims Officer Reynolds. "No problem, I know the procedure." Luna instantly complies, almost with a smile. She was more relieved than anything that help had finally arrived. She goes down on her knees and places her arms behind her back, not doing much to resist as the officers cuffed her. "TOC, this is entry team. Civilian has been secured and ready to be taken into custody," says Officer Gerard as he helped her move closer to her sister. "How do you know police procedure?" Celestia asks her sister suspiciously and frowns when she sees her blush. "Oh, no reason. Just watch cop shows, a lot, 'tis all." The team regrouped and made sure to secure the doors as they moved back into the hallway and heard some strange shouts. "Gold, follow me." With gold, Officer Adams means every SWAT member, both red and blue. They double-timed it to find the source of the noise and were surprised to find themselves getting closer to two teenage boys. One of them is a little bit chubby and is wearing a black t-shirt, his friend is thin and taller and wears a green pullover with a yellow stripe. As these two teenagers spots the SWAT team, they let out a crazy shout and start running at them. The officers are confused, they had rarely seen something like this before in their careers. Except Reynolds, he came from a shitty neighborhood and was used to seeing weird things. But two unarmed suspects running at them was in the top 5. "Fields, you're up," Adams said. "Get those hands up. Do it now," shouts Officer Fields as he aims with his weapon. a less than lethal shotgun at the boys, but they are unfazed and keep approaching. Fields doesn't know if these boys are high on some kind of drug, but he has to take them down, so he aims at the littler one and pushes the trigger. Posh! A loud roar echoes through the hallway, mixed with the howling scream of unrestrained pain and the sound of a body dropping to the ground. The taller boy comes to a screeching stop and turns for his crying friend. "What did you do to him?" He yells and jumps as the officers come down the hallway to him, suddenly looking like giants to his terrified eyes. "Get down now. Show me your hands," replies Officer Reynolds, not answering the boy's question and quite frankly not giving a shit. "Okay. My hands are up," says the boy, annoyance in his voice. "I've got my eye on you, punk," says Officer Fields as Officer Adams approaches the boy, taking out handcuffs and ready to restrain him. The smaller one already calmed himself down as the pain subsides. "Hands in the air, kid," says Officer Jackson firmly. The boy follows suit and sits down on his knees, holding both his hands up. After Officer Adams restrained the hands of the two boys, he reports entry team to TOC, suspects secured and ready for pickup. Copy, notifying trailers. TOC. Replied when suddenly the ground shook beneath the officers' feet and they could hear gunfire and shouting at the courtyard. "Back to the main entrance," yelled Officer Adams, taking the hallway to the right with his team as the noise continued but slowly decreased in volume. Soon they walked through the main entrance into the courtyard of the school, just in time as a red gnome thing with wings and a fluffy tail flies above their heads, knocking over an armored van while a few other officers who were left conscious were firing at it. Its eyes are plain black with poison green irises. The ears are long and have some scars in it, possibly from the other officers' efforts. And then its hair looked like someone had used an entire truckload of hair gel to make it stand up straight like a mountain. And in its strange hair was some type of crown. All students that had made it out through the front entrance are running in panic across the whole schoolyard, screaming all the time. The strange being laughs menacingly. "Ha ha. You fools. You all can't hide from me," before swooping down and punching other officers unconscious for fun, sometimes moving so fast the eye couldn't keep up. "Good Lord. What the hell is that?" exclaims Officer Adams as he aims with his GB-36S at the flying creature, but he doesn't let his guard down and reports to the dispatch. "TOC, be advised, a supernatural being is ghosting around here." Copy. "If this is a fucking joke, there's going to be some serious consequences." "TOC, this ain't no fucking joke. Look for the helmet cameras. My God, please proceed with caution. Backup is on the way now. I hope we get some kind of hazard pay for this," says Reynolds out loud as Gerard crossed himself. Each SWAT member has a camera mounted on the helmet. It is always connected to the screens in the HQ to watch how the SWAT is proceeding in their missions, but at the moment someone else was also watching. "Gold, we need some lethal weapons, move," Adams said as the team ran like the devil was right behind it. By some luck they managed to make it to where the other unconscious officers were. The SWAT officers grabbed M4 and the downed officers' handguns before they noticed how it was almost silent, too silent. "Sierra 1, where is that thing, Sierra 1? Sierra 1, do you copy?" Adams yelled into his radio, as on the rooftop where Sierra 1 was, the sniper had been knocked unconscious when Sunset Shimmer blasted him with some kind of blue energy beam. It didn't hit him, but the force of the blast knocked him back and unconscious. "Damn it, we need to take that monster down," Adams said and looked to see where it was. He finally caught sight of the creature when he saw it circling a statue in front of the school. 6 teenage girls are standing at the statue and shouting something to the red gnome. Its hands glow blue and then it shoots a beam of pure energy to them. The teenage girls all duck, just barely dodging the beam as it knocks the statue back. The gnome just keeps flying around and shooting energy beams to the students' direction. "TOC, the shit just hit the fan, the supernatural being is about to finish off some civilians." Tell that backup to get here now, he reports. Then he and his team are approaching the teenage girls, who have hidden behind the remains of the statue. The officers all have their weapons at the ready. To their surprise, the teenagers have equine-shaped ears and tails. Even 3 of them look like they have wings. I don't know what to think anymore, mutters Officer Jackson as he wonders if this is all a fever dream. But they have a job to do. Tails and wings are not changing anything from their standard procedure. Look, more police, says a girl with a cowboy hat, perking her head out from behind a pillar. Police? What good will they do? Asks the girl with a pair of lavender-colored wings on her back, confused. Whatever you are intending to do, stay away and seek cover. We're already trying to transform Sunset Shimmers to the way she was. This is Miss Shimmers? What the fuck happened to her? Some kinda gene drugs? Asks Officer Reynolds. He heard in television from genetic, but he never thought that they could be real, but then again he wasn't sure he was watching the Science Channel when that happened. But the officers wouldn't have known the difference between super advanced science and the dark magic controlling Sunset. Look out! Exclaims Officer Adams as he spots a beam approaching them. They sprint in different directions. The girls are running inside the schoolhouse, while the SWAT team hides themselves behind some pillars at the front of the school. The energy beam crashes in the ground in front of them. The officers brace themselves from the concussion of the blast before leaning out of cover and firing at Sunset. She moved slightly as the bullets smash against her body, but her new scales are too strong. The bullets actually shatter against her and she is covered in sparks and shrapnel as she gets hit without any damage. Ha 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 ha, idiots, do you really think guns can hurt me now? Let me show you my power, she said, and moved so fast that Reynolds didn't notice her behind him until she grabbed his head and slammed it against the wall, knocking him out. She then grabbed onto Officer Fields and threw him to the line of police cars with immense strength. He slammed into a car, denting it as Twilight and her friends ran over to help him. Whoa, said Adams as he ducked a swing from her, falling down the stairs as he heard the shouts of pain of the rest of the team. Adams grunted and forced himself to get up. Guys! He yelled and jumped back when he saw Sunset suddenly teleport in front of him, holding the crushed helmet of one of his men. Adams let out a shout of anger and slams the barrel of his rifle against Sunset Shimmer's belly and held the trigger down, firing into her stomach in a full automatic blast. Sunset groaned as she held her stomach in discomfort. Don't touch my squad, Adams said, and pulled out his sidearm, suddenly ramming it into Sunset's open mouth. She looked up at him in fear as he pulled the trigger. Sunset's head shot back and she went limp in his grasp. Adams let her go and limped away, noticing a pain in his leg. He was about to get onto his radio and call for every ambulance in the damn state to show up before he heard someone yell, "Behind you!" Adams turned, holding up his pistol as Sunset stood back up with a smile. She looked curious for a moment and looked like she was using her tongue to pick food out of her teeth before she spat out the bullet that Adams had fired into her mouth. It clattered to the ground as Sunset licked her lips. You know, I was almost scared for a moment, almost. She started walking towards Adams. Adams didn't know what to do, nothing they used could even scratch her. It was then, however, he heard a loud rumbling sound. Sunset Shimmer was about to turn to face the noise when there was a loud bang and she was blown back, smashing into a wall of the school. "Officer, move away," said Adams' radio as an armored personnel carrier appeared, soldiers running out the back. Only they wore uniforms from some unit that Adams had never seen before. He moved away as Sunset came back, looking more enraged than ever. The soldiers all fired at her, their more powerful weapons actually looking like they were hurting her, until she lifted a foot and slammed it down onto the ground, creating a small sonic boom and miniature earthquake that knocked all the soldiers back, knocking Adams down as well. The APC, however, just turned its turret to her and fired, the round hitting her and sending her flying back. She slammed into a fire hydrant as the APC fired 5 more rounds at her, but she blasted it with an energy beam, melting the barrel of the turret. "You all of you. You're nothing but ants to me. I am a bucking god now," shouted Sunset as the fire hydrant she slammed into released water, as nearby there was also a broken telephone pole where live wires were crackling with electricity. Adams groaned as he looked at the wires. "Please don't let this kill me," he said and started running to the wires, his legs hurting worse than anything he had ever felt. Luckily Sunset didn't notice him as the soldiers continued firing on her. All attention was on Sunset as she laughed and started to monologue. "I will show you. I'll show you all. My power." She began charging the beams in her hands to be so powerful that it turned them all to ashes. "My unlimited power. Ah!" Her words turned to a horrendous scream as Adams threw the electric wires into the water Sunset was standing in and she was electrocuted. She fell to the ground, panting and huffing as steam actually came off of her body. Sunset gasped for air as she felt nothing but pain and crawled away from the puddle of water she was in, the soldiers slowly moving up and taking this chance to reload their weapons. Adams came out from where he was hiding, curious as to what would happen. But before anything else could happen there was a bright flash and what looked like a rainbow that washed over the entire area. Adams watched as all the damage that was done was repaired, the pain he felt in his legs faded away and all the officers who were down before suddenly started getting back up. Even Sunset's crown was somehow gone, as Twilight came to the decision that they didn't need the crown in the first place, the elements were inside of them all along. "What the hell?" Adams asked. He was so shocked by all this he failed to notice Twilight wave goodbye to her friends after a heartfelt hug and disappear into the statue's pedestal while her friends took this chance to escape. Sunset was left to sniffle and cry as the soldiers grabbed her arms and tied her up. I'm sorry," she said, as the soldiers placed a bag over her head and quickly moved her to the APC. She couldn't believe that this all happened, that she could do all of this. The elements of harmony had not just removed her powers and the stolen crown, but also removed the years of anger and hate that had built up inside of her. "I deserve whatever punishment they give to me. Whatever punishment a monster deserves." Sunset threw to herself as she was forced to sit down in the APC and felt a needle in her arm before she suddenly felt very sleepy. Adams walked out from his hiding spot to find the rest of his team, seeing out of the corner of his eye the APC suddenly driving off while some of the soldiers stayed nearby. One of them even walked up to Adams. "You handled yourself very well out there until we arrived. Here, we could use someone like you," the soldier said, his face hidden by his own balaclava, as he handed Adams a card. Adams looked at it. The card had no phone number but some words on the front. F.E.A.R. "Don't call us, we will call you." Adams put the card away and decided it might be a good idea to keep it. It was then that Adams realized how draining all this had been and took a seat by a cop car. He wasn't sure what to do until he saw his squad running towards him. They were all okay. After a quick reunion they set about talking, trying to figure out just what the hell had happened. They didn't come to much besides that the paperwork was really going to suck on this. Neutralize sunset shimmers completed. Bring order to chaos completed. Rescue all civilians, completed. Elsewhere. Sunset Shimmer remained silent as she sat in a dark concrete room. A guard in the room had some kind of gun at the ready. Not that he needed it. Sunset was powerless now and chained to a metal table. She didn't even have a desire to resist. The door creaked open as a man in a blue suit with official-looking hair and a briefcase walked in. Sunset was about to make a comment about how ugly he looked before she realized it wasn't right. The man placed the briefcase by his feet and took a seat in front of Sunset. "You caused quite a bit of trouble, young lady, I do hope you realize that," he said, his accent strange and hard to identify. I do, sir. And I'm sorry." "You're only sorry because you got caught," said the man quickly, Oddly enough, getting angry didn't seem to suit him. "No, I'm sorry because I wasn't in the right state of mind. What I did was wrong, and if I had been thinking clearly I never would have done it. Please, I will take whatever punishment you have." The chair: "Hard labor, I don't care. I want to make up for what I did however I can." Sunset said, feeling so ashamed and disgusted at what she had done, all those people she almost killed and the officers she ended up beating up. She was awoken from her thoughts by the man before her as he chuckled. "Well then, how appropriate," he said, and opened up his briefcase, pulling out some paperwork and sliding over some contracts for her. "You did quite a nasty piece of work last week. Truth be told, I was impressed. That's why I'm here, Miss Shimmer. I have recommended an idea to my employers. They have agreed with me and have authorized me to offer you a job. They agree with me that you have limitless potential that could be used for the benefit of mankind." The man then reached into his blue suit and pulled out a fancy and expensive-looking fountain pen and handed it to Sunset. "So far we have seen you prove to be a decisive person, and you should have no trouble deciding on what to do. Help us with your knowledge of the arcane and help us unlock your abilities for the benefit of mankind. Of course you must follow the restrictions of the contract. Otherwise your other option is to spend the rest of your life in a cell for your crimes." Rather an anticlimax from all of these events, the man said as Sunset read the contract in front of her. It took her a few minutes to decide. Sunset spoke up. "I'll sign it, but I want a credit card that I can use to buy expensive things whenever I get time off," she said. "That can be arranged," the man said, and smiled as Sunset signed the contract, handing it back to him and shaking the man's hand. "This will be the beginning of a very good friendship between you and our organization, Miss Shimmer." "I like the sound of that," Sunset said as her chains were released and she was led out of the room, on to bigger and better things. Chapter 6, Rainbow Factory, Hostage Rescue / High Risk Warrant Service / another alternate ending to a famous pony creepypasta. Commander 49 Silver, Emergency Situation Service, here is Central BCC. Yuan, go ahead. A SPAT entry team is requested at Rainbow Factory, Sector TAC 4, for an hostage rescue and high-risk warrant service situation. According to the reports of parents, little fillies and colts are missing after they should pass a test. All cases are linking up to the newfound Rainbow Factory, which was built afar away from Cloudsdale a time ago. Understood, we're moving out. Briefing: okay guys, here's the story. The Rainbow Factory is a company that creates and recycles all the rainbows in our world we know and love. All rainbows which lost their color and brightness get transported to this factory and will be freshened up. Some time ago, the factory seemed to improve the quality of their recycling. All rainbows looked better, brighter and colorful than ever. But at the same time, parents of little Pegassi colts and fillies reported the sudden missing of their beloved ones, their kids. Every case linked up to this factory. We have already smuggled in the officer. Sunshine smiles as an apprentice to the factory. He mailed 2 days later to us that something weird is happening here, including hostages, and the CEO of the factory seems to be very psychopathic. Before he could give us more intel, he said that some pony is coming and we should begin an tactical entry ASAP. The CEO seems to be a female Pegasus, but the identity is unknown because she wears a black cloak all the time. An large amount of young hostages are held in a hall of the main building. What the employees are doing to or with them is unknown, too. We get clearance to investigate and, if necessary, to infiltrate the factory. The status was later turned to a hostage warrant service situation, although we don't know if they locked up the factory or not. Entry: roof of the main building. Suspects: an unknown amount of lightly armored vitals, equipped with stun batons and stun guns. Hostages: an unknown amount of probably young vitals. Civilians: Officer Sunshine smiles, 32, undercover agent. He has more helpful intel. He's probably armed, so do not spook him. Objectives: Rescue all hostages. Neutralize CEO of the Rainbow Factory. Rendezvous with Officer Sunshine Smiles. Summary. August 23, 12:07. Rainbow Factory. Hostage rescue/high-risk warrant service. As the closed black chariot of the SPAT flew high in the sky, the Rainbow Factory came slowly in the view of the passengers. They were heading towards it, and soon they are on the roof of one of many blocky buildings. The sides of the chariot opened, and on the left and right side, two black-clad unicorns are jumping out. Commander 49 Silver, here is Central BCC. All SPAT units are responding Code 3 to Rainbow Factory for hostage rescue and high-risk warrant service, the dispatch of the SPAT said to the leader of the team, Silver Vest. But they have still to wait for the captain's agreement. Headquarters reporting, the captain gave green light, you are cleared for action. A male voice said into his headset. Silver Vest gave the pilot of the chariot the sign to take off and await for further orders. Sierra 1 was observing the front entrance of the main building. It seemed more important than the rest of the entrances. The rest of the team consisted of ferrum, golden plate, and iron steel. Silver Vest was equipped with a 3-round burst-silenced MP5 with JPH ammunition, a Glock 18 with FMJ ammunition, 2 flashbangs, a opti-wand, and a breaching shotgun. He came from Manhattan, a city that turned a little dystopic during the time. The crime rate increased and a police was formed to bring everything under control. He was once a member of the MPD, the Manhattan Police Department, but then he went to the apprentice of elite guards after a griffin almost shot him. Climbing up the ladder of carrier, he became part of SPAT. Ferrum was equipped with a Colt M4A1 carbine with JPH ammunition, a taser gun, pepper spray, 2 stinger grenades and 3 bags of C2. He was a bad pony before, member of the corrupt Dragonfire ponies who tried to assassinate Princess Celestia. He got caught and thrown into prison. There, he thought about his life and decided to end this bad path once and for all. After the prison, he directly asked for a place in the Royal Guard, he might be even helpful with his knowledge about committing crime. After even more apprenticeships, he went into the SPAT. Golden Plate was equipped with a less-than-lethal shotgun, AM-1911 with JPH ammunition, a CS gas grenade, a flashbang, a pepper spray, a opti-wand, and a breaching shotgun. He is the youngest of the team. He is currently 25 years old but one of the toughest. Even the princess was surprised how this young unicorn could be so successful after he went into the Royal Guards. Then the captain of the SPAT offered him for a place in said Independent Equestrian Special Forces unit. Iron Steel was equipped with a GB-36S with JPH ammunition, a Glock 18, a CS gas grenade, 2 flashbangs, pepper spray, a opti-wand, and a breaching shotgun. He is a 56 years old unicorn veteran of the SPAT and a ex-Royal Guard. The captain of the Royal Guards, shining armor, thought he was too old to work any longer as a guard. That made Iron upset, and so he went into the SPAT, to show the young generation how it's done in defeating crimes. Quick scope light on a cloud several something meters in front of the factory, equipped with a scout tactical. He had shown his sniping abilities in the Royal Guards, he even managed to shoot with a crossbow a pea off from a bunny's head. Sounds funny, but it was the truth. After an intensive course how to use long-range firearms, he was gradually accepted for the SPAT. Gold, stack up behind me, I'm on point, Silver Vest commanded as he moved to the roof entrance of the building, a little hut with a door. He checked the lock by grabbing the knob with one hoof and turned it around. The door did not budge. He took out his plier with his magic and started to break the mechanism of the lock. Click. The door's open, get behind me, Silver said as he put his plier back. He opened the door and went down the stairs slowly, weapon in stroke. The SPAT team trotted through a corridor. The left and right side had numerous rusted pipes which were going from one end of the corridor to the other. Countless rusted chains with sharp hooks on their ends were hanging from the ceiling. In fact, everything seemed to be in a very bad shape. groomed, and from somewhere came the tiny smell of decay. This doesn't look like a factory, for sure. More like a pony sleigh station, Golden Plate said as he gulped down the knot in his throat. TTS editing note start. What kind of fucking pun was that? Just ding, not funny for making a pun like that in your story. Editing note end/back to story. I agree with that, Iron Steel replied to Golden Plate. Stay quiet, Elements, I heard something. Silver said as he moved at a door that looked like a door to an employee's living quarter. Mirror under the door. Copy, boss, Iron Steel said, unstrapping the Opti wand from his armored back. He looked at the screen, before he restrapped the Opti wand on his back. One suspect, unarmed. Open and clear. Golden Plate and Iron Steel were stacking up at the right side of the door frame while Ferrum and Silver Vest are stacking up on the left side. Time to move, go. Police, on your haunches. Ferrum yelled as he opened the door and sprinted inside, followed by the rest of the team. The Pegasus with blonde mane and white coat turned around in shock, before he exclaimed, Undercover Agent Sunshine Smiles. Don't shoot. Lower your weapons, he's one of us. Silver Vest said, then he turned back to Sunshine Smiles. Did you find new informations about this factory? Yes, and it is horrifying. The hostages are just young fillies and colts. Every young Pegasus of Cloudsdale who didn't pass a test, gets brought here, and, he tried to find the right words, imagine a lemon. Yes, and. Silver tilts his head to the side a bit. Now squeeze the lemon until the juice comes out. They squeeze young Pegasi with a weird machine until rainbows are coming out. I still don't know how this exactly works, but it's batshit insane. The white Pegasi explained. Sweat started to form on his forehead as he said the last words of his sentence. Oh dear Celestia. I always found rainbows wonderful, but I've never thought that they consists of Pegasi, juice, whatever, Golden Plate muttered. Entry team to TOC, we have just rendezvous with Officer Sunshine Smiles. He gave us intel that the Rainbow Factory manufactures the rainbows with the essence of Pegasi magic. How we should proceed? Vest reported to the HQ. There were a few seconds of silence. TOC to entry team, continue mission with caution. Proceed like always. Rendezvous with Officer Sunshine Smiles completed. Sorry, Sunny Smile, but we have to tie you up, standard procedure, Silver Vest said sarcastically as he puts out hoof cuffs. Yes, I know, Sunshine Smiley gave a weak smile as he sat down on his haunches, then Silver started to restrain his forehoofs to his back. He did not tie up the Pegasus wings, because Sunshine was one of them and they could trust him. Where is the machine? Ferrum asked. Go down the hallway, then left through the door. It leads to a large hall where the hostages are held. Caution is advised, the Pegasi who works for the factory are equipped with stun batons, we know, Iron Steel finished his sentence. Gold, follow me, Silver said as he trotted out from the room. He was always in a get the mission done and get back home in one piece mood. For him, a mission was only successful when he and his team were on their way back home, to their families. Silver Vest has a unicorn daughter with the name Shelter Heat and a cold earth pony named Flimmer. His wife, Nellie Asp, is around his age. The second unicorn of the SPAT who has a family, is Iron Steel. He and his wife have no kids, but they live in a pretty house at the edge of Canterlot. His wife, Silver Glass, is 2 years younger than him and she is a teacher in the Canterlot Elementary. Ferrum has no wife or even mare friend. He thought no mare wanted him due to his crime-filled past, but he never noticed the numerous stares of mares. Golden Plate is single, but he is already dating a nice mare, named Sunflare. And he is always afraid about the thought when he loses his life in a mission. But he is more afraid of the thought when he dates the mare of his dreams and suddenly, his pager mails him that he should arrive at the HQ immediately. That already happened once. Check behind the door, Silver Vest commanded. This time, Golden Plate took out his opti wand and begins to mirror under the door. "Oh, horse apples, seek cover," Golden Plate whispered as his eyes were widening, before he put back his opti wand and backed away from the door. Instead of asking, all SPAT unicorns found cover behind the corner of the corridor. "What's the matter?" Silver asked, curious, but he get the answer as the door suddenly swung open loudly. The SPAT unicorns could hear hoof steps and loud huffing. But the sounds did not seem to approach them, so Silver commanded to Iron Steel check the corner. "You are standing in my way, sir," Iron said firmly. He must move along the wall to his position at the corner. And he could not do that right now, he was behind the group. So they moved aside for him and he took out the opti wand, beginning to mirror around the corner. "It's a young Pegasus filly," Iron said and prepared to dash out from the corner, grabbing the filly. In the screen of the opti wand, she looked horrified, shocked, and she had bloodshot eyes. But Silver grabbed him by his suit and hissed, "Wait until she is in our reach." Suddenly, there were more hoof steps and a feminine voice that clearly did not belong to the filly. "Scootaloo! Where are you? You know, you can't escape from me." The feminine voice sounded deep with a hint of madness. "No, Rainbow Dash, let me go." This voice clearly belonged to the filly, but as she said that, a shiver rolled down the spines of the SPAT unicorns. Rainbow Dash? The element of loyalty? They could not believe that. "Guys, keep your heads clear," Silver whispered as he spotted the confusedness in the faces of his teammates. There were more hoof steps occurring, until the filly ran around the corner, directly in the legs of Iron Steel. The filly had an orange coat and a plain violet mane. Her fur had smudges of dried blood and her eyes were filled up with horror. Before she could recognize the pony who she ran into, Iron Steel grabbed her with his forelegs and pushed her behind him. Golden Plate pushed a hoof on her snout to suppress a possible scream. "Well," she screams, but through Golden's hoof. To calm her down, he hushed, and whispered, "We are the good guys, stay quiet." The filly's eyes widened in shock and surprise as she saw the black-clad unicorns. She could read the word SPAT from the side of their suits and asked herself what that meant. But she winced as Rainbow Dash, who still stood in the doorframe, started to speak loudly. "Good work, you. Bring her back to me, she is special for me and I have a present for her. Prepare taser. And Officer Plate, secure the filly. Don't tie her up, just stay and talk to her," Silver said to his team. Ferrum readied his taser, a red light started to blink on the rear side of his less lethal weapon. Golden Plate put Scootaloo on his back and trotted silently a good distance from the rest of his team away. Then he placed the filly next to him on the wall. He sat down, opened a pocket and brought out a bar of chocolate, offering it to her some choco. She looked at him with big bloodshot eyes, then she took it with one hoof and opened it. As she began to chew slowly on the sweet candy, she gave Golden Plate a weak but warm smile. "What is your name? I'm going to report you to other police ponies, who can you help later," Golden Plate said warmly. "Scootaloo," the filly answered hesitantly. "Element to TOC, we rescued a filly, named Scootaloo. Contact her parents." "I don't have parents," Scootaloo muttered, a tear rolled down her cheeks. "Oh, I'm sorry, do you have friends? Any pony close to you?" "There is, my friends Sweet Belle and Apple Bloom." "TOC, forget the parents, seek for ponies named Sweet Belle and Apple Bloom and the families of them. Contact them, we have found Scootaloo. I repeat, we have rescued a filly named Scootaloo. Copy, consider it done, Element. We are searching them now. Are you having your way with her?" "That's, okay," Rainbow Dash muttered, still wondering who could it be, grabbing the filly and disappearing behind the corner. But then, she almost jumped at the ceiling as Ferrum dashed out from the corner, taser in his magical grip and shouting loudly, "Police! Put your hooves up and get down." They were standing for a few seconds in the corridor, looking in each other's eyes. Rainbow Dash was clad in a black dress, covering everything of her body. Just her head and wings were visible. To Ferrum's surprise, her wings were a little bit drenched in blood. "I won't say it again, get down on your haunches and hooves up." Rainbow Dash made the first move. Within a blink of an eye, she flew backwards through the door frame and closed the door, locking it. It was too fast for Ferrum. The remaining SPAT unicorns could hear loudly Rainbow Dash's words, who called the bucking police. "I've locked them in, some guard Pegasi should get their flanks in there and wipe them out." The SPAT could assume from the resulting echo that the hall behind the locked doors must be large. "Confirm breach." Ferrum asked to Silver, who gave the agreement, "Use C2, breach and clear." "Woohoo, let the pro handle this," Ferrum snickered as he planted a bag of C2 above the lock of the door and activated it. He moved back to the side of the door frame and brought out the remote for the explosive bag. He wiped 3 times in the air with a hoof. At the 4th time, every one of the unicorns turned their heads away from the bag as it exploded in a loud bash, destroying the lock of the door completely. "Move in, go go," says Iron Steel as he sprinted, on a catwalk. The catwalk moved along the walls of the large hall around a height of probably 10 meters. At one side, the catwalk seemed to extend, creating a what looked like a speech desk with a microphone. In the middle of the hall were standing the figure of little Pegasi Phils and Colts. All of them were having injured wings. Some of them have dislocated joints, others have bandages around them. As the Silver Vest sprinted on the catwalk, he was behind his group. He instantly spotted the weird machine Sunshine Smiles talked about. It had a wide short pipe on top of it. The edges of the pipe are covered in what looks like either rust or dried blood, but he thinks it is the latter. The pipe is connected to a large round object, and there are more colorful pipes connected at the underside of the large round object. And there are also chains above the machine, but he cannot determine the meaning for them. It looked like the funny machine the Flim Flam brothers took to Ponyville as he was there for a tip of a friend to taste the apple juice of Sweet Apple Acres. There were more doors located on the walls where the catwalk led, but where those were heading was unknown. On a place stood a green Pegasus with green mane and a white lab coat, surrounded by a few Pegasi guards in a protective manner. And Rainbow Dash stood on the bigger part of the catwalk. A surprised expression plastered her face. The unicorns had no problems to open the door again in their own way. All fillies and colts on the ground were looking up and gasping at the sight of the SPAT unicorns. As Silver Vest shouted loud as he could to the armed Pegasi, "Drop your weapons. Put your hooves up." As he aimed with his silenced MP5 at the Pegasi. Ferrum did the same, while aiming with his Colt M4A1 at Rainbow Dash. "Hooves in the air, do it now. Stop them." Rainbow Dash yelled angrily as she leapt up in the air, diving down and heading to a door down in the hall. Instantly, Ferrum fired a burst from his Colt M4A1. 3 bullets hit her in her hind legs. The JPH ammunition was meant to be used in hostage rescue situation, not to endanger the hostage's life. Rainbow Dash screamed in surprise and pain as her right wing spasms wildly, as the 4th bullet hit said wing, crushing the bone. When the bullet hit, the JPH ammunition will normally split open and go into a mushroom form. But if the bullet pierces through skin, then through a tiny little layer of flesh and then into the bone, it will split open in the bone, crushing and splitting it from inside. Rainbow Dash fell down, right into the crowd of the hostages. The impact knocked her light out. Ferrum bent over the catwalk to see if she was still breathing. "TOC, this is entry team. Suspect hit, and in need of medical attention. She is in a pretty bad shape." "Roger that, EMTs notified. Neutralize CEO of the Rainbow Factory completed." The young Pegasi on the ground of the hall were backing away from her, creating a circular space around the Cyan mare. They were really afraid of her. The guard Pegasi were looking in shock at the quivering form of Rainbow Dash. "I've got no weapon, don't shoot." "Empty hooves?" "My weapons are down." The authority radiating from the SPAT unicorns was so big, it could be cut with a scissor right now. The Pegasi guards were dropping their weapons in pure shock. All of them knew what a firearm is, but they never saw one in action before. They have just stun batons, and if they try to attack them, it could end nasty, even when the Pegasi would have attacked from all sides. The green lab pony looked at his now useless guards, before he shouted, "Is that everything you have? For what you have been hired? For being a weena? Show me your hooves." Iron Steel yelled as he approached the Pegasus, GB36S in stroke, ready to incapacitate the pony if he did something funny. Okay. My hooves are up." The green Pegasus groaned. Iron strapped his weapon on his side, while Ferrum secured the pony's movement by pointing his M4 at him. "I've got my eye on you, punk." After they cuffed all other hooves of the guard Pegasi, Silver Vest reported to the HQ. "Entry team to TOC, suspects secured and ready for transport." "Understood, trailers are notified." "Officer Iron, provide cover." "Officer Ferrum, follow me," Silver Vest said as he went on the catwalk to the other doors. One of them had a sign, which read "Stairwell." Silver Vest opened the door and trotted downstairs. Ferrum followed him. Before he opened the door of the ground of the stairwell, Silver Vest brought out his opti wand and checked the corner. The factory was large, and they were just in the main building of it. "There are probable more guards ponies." "2 suspects, armed," Silver said as he put his opti wand on his back. "I'll deploy a flashbang." 2 Pegasi were guarding the door to the main hall where the hostages are. They both are equipped with electrical stun batons. They often use it when a filly or colt tried to escape from the Rainbow Factory. The Pegasi were hearing a click, before a weird device with holes rolled to their hooves. Bash! The poor Pegasi were covering their eyes with their hooves, as the device went off. They could do nothing but hear an annoying hissing sound in their ears. This went for at least 20 seconds. As they look up, each of them looked in a muzzle of a firearm. A blue and a green aura surrounded them. "Police! Get down and show me your hooves." "Huh? What?" Both of them were extremely confused. "Get down." "Hooves up? Are you deaf?" Okay. Please stop shoving weapons in my face." They both were complying to the orders of the SPAT unicorns as they sit down on their haunches and hold their hooves in the air. "Make him secure," Silver commanded to Ferrum, pointing with his hoof at the first guard, then he restrained the second. "Entry team to TOC, suspects secured and ready for taken into custody." "Roger that, keep it up." After that, they stack up on the door frame. "Confirm breach?" Ferrum asked, hoping his leader let him use C2. "I'll deploy breaching shotgun," Silver said, destroying Ferrum's hope with an instant. He took out the shotgun, pointed the muzzle of it at the thick lock and pushed the trigger with his magic. Bosh! The door swung open as the pellets penetrate and terminated the lock of it. The 2 restrained Pegasi were screaming in terror of the loud noise. The fillies and colts inside of the hall were screaming in surprise, too. They didn't expect that the door being opened with such sudden. "Wow, sorry, we just opened the door in our way," Silver said as he strapped his MP5 on his side. "TOC, we have a lot of kids here, request more trailers for evacuating them all." "Roger that, backup of trailers are coming." "Rescue all hostages completed." He turned to the large crowd of young Pegasi. All of them wear a dreadful expression. A indicator that they still don't know who the black-clad unicorns were. "Kids, we are from SPAT and we are going to rescue you," Silver Vest said, at which point some fillies sighed in relief. "Good start," he thinks. "Wait here until the royal guards are coming. They will escort you all to trailers and bring you back to Cloudsdale. Until that, "We are taking care of your safety," Silvervest said as he and Ferrum were trotting over to the large machine. The machine looked much bigger when standing on the ground in front of it. Ferrum spotted a container right under the machine. He trotted over it and pushes it out. "Oh, Buck," Ferrum whispered as he dared to look inside. Silvervest's left eye twitched a little as he saw the mess in the container. It was filled with dead Pegasi colts and fillies. Bones were sticking out from their bodies and broken limbs, but mostly from their rib cages. And their legs were bent in unnatural directions. "TOC, this is entry team. We have found a container, containing remains of Pegasi. All of them are children. Copy, notifying the morgue. When I see their faces. I swear I see the faces of my kids." Silvervest muttered. He must know how it felt losing childs. He sat down on his haunches. Must be a bad feeling. "Oh my gosh, they were just children," Ferrum said, still looking at the horror. "Still clear here." "Iron steel," exclaimed from the catwalk. "TOC, hostages and suspects are secured. Request for evac and backup of royal guards. Contact Princess Celestia about this factory, she should come here ASAP. Done and done, she must be there any minute." They decided to tell non-mature / suitable for children jokes to the fillies and colts, to lighten up their mood. After 5 minutes, Quickscope announced. "Here's Sierra 1, Captain Shining Armor, Princess Celestia and a bunch of royal guards have entered the building." After 2 more minutes, the captain of the royal guards, Shining Armor, trotted through the broken doors of the hall, entering it. "Officer Silvervest, I heard everything from the HQ. You all did a good work. Officer Golden Plate already gave us a filly named Scudalo to us." He gave a short smile to the SPAT unicorn, before he turned around and yelled, "Princess, you can come in, it is already secured." The well-known alabaster co-ruler enters the hall, a shocked expression plastered her face. The bloodshot eyes made her heart sink. Although all of the young Pegasi wear some smiles, the jokes of the SPAT were good. Then she spoke to the fillies and colts. "Don't be afraid anymore, I promise we will bring you back to your parents." Trotting over to the quivering form of Rainbow Dash, she started to speak in a more dangerous voice. "And as for you, Tartarus is waiting. Your sins are uncountable. I have never thought that the element of loyalty is so cruel, but I will end it." Silvervest coughed to put Princess Celestia's attention towards him. She heard his cough and trots to him. "And for you, I don't know how to thank you and your team. Without you, I would have never found out what is the reason for all those disappearings. Are the children here complete?" "Thanks, Your Highness. And to answer your question, not so, there is the rest," Silvervest said, pointing with a hoof at the container. She looked at him in confusedness, before she moves to it and looks inside. Immediately after, she turned her head away and closed her eyes in disgust. She hissed through her teeth, "That disgusting waste of space." Shining Armor trotted up to the SPAT unicorns. "We are taking it from here. Go home and enjoy the rest of the day." "Thanks, then I call it a day, and do the paperwork," Silver said more to himself. Chapter 7, Manhattan West Bridge, VIP Rescue. Briefing audio. Commander 420 Silver, Central BCC. Go ahead. New mission. Several heavily armed griffins attacked Prince Blueblood in his suite in Manhattan Grand Inn Hotel and took him as a hostage. The leader of the griffin group could be identified as Harjan Claw. They threw him in a truck and drove him to the Manhattan Bridge, where the Manhattan Police Department surrounded them. A gunfire begun and there are still a lot of civilians on the bridge. Princess Celestia is already contacted. Understood. We are en route. Briefing. Prince Blueblood took a journey to Manhattan to live his life and to go to parties. He received several threatening letters from a mysterious group of griffins, but ignored them. At 12 o'clock, a group of griffins broke into his suite, armed with firearms and literally beat the shit out of him. For what reason, This is still unknown. They disabled his magic by securing his horn with the anti-magic ring and put him in a transporter. A employee of the hotel called the police and gave intel. The Manhattan Police Department blocked the main bridge and surround the transporter. There are still a lot of civilians in the buses and taxis, so caution is advised when it comes to use of firearms. The MPD has the situation under control, but they cannot confront the armed griffins. The sniper team secures the bridge. Sierra 1 will position himself at one of the supporters with the AWM. Princess Celestia was contacted about her nephew's state as the briefing audio was out. 911 call audio. MPD, Manhattan Police Department, how can I help you? Civilian, help. They've got Prince Blue Blood. They are armed. And they hit my friend. MPD, please stay calm. Can you say me your name and your location? Civilian, quick serve, and I am at the Manhattan Grand Inn Hotel. MPD, I heard you said they've got Prince Blue Blood. Who are they? Civilian, griffins. Heavily armed griffins. They just came into the hotel, shoot like mad ponies and injured some of the personnel, and killed the prince's royal guards. It was insane. Please, we need help, my friend got a shot in the stomach and he's bleeding. MPD, medics are on their way, but I need more information. Where did they took Prince Blue Blood? Civilian, they threw him in a transporter and head to the main bridge's direction. It just took a few minutes, but my friend. Oh, Paige, please stay with me. Lost connection. MPD, Miss. Entry. East side of the Manhattan main bridge. Objectives. Rescue Prince Blue Blood. Neutralize Harjan Claw. Bring order to chaos. Hostages. Prince Blue Blood, 37, Royal Prince and nephew of Princess Celestia. Suspects. Harjan Claw, 29, Griffin and leader of the terrorism group Eagle Strikers. An unknown amount of heavily armed griffins, equipped with MAC-10 and AK-47 guns. Manhattan. Main Bridge. May 25, 12:15. VIP rescue/rapid deployment. All hell broke out on the bridge of Manhattan. Buses and taxis crashed together as one transporter suddenly stopped in the middle of his drive. Both roads of the bridge are barricaded by the Manhattan Police Department. Motorized vehicles are common in Manhattan. If you walk more from the center to the coasts of Equestria, the more modern the cities are getting. For an instance, Ponyville and Canterlot are almost lacking completely of electricity, while Manhattan and Las Pegasus are only working when they have it. Suddenly, the backside of the truck opens and one griffin steps out, holding a whining stallion in a chokehold in his arms. Additionally, he points a cold python at the stallion's temple. The poor white unicorn tries to force magic through his horn, but all what he is capable of are just a few harmless sparkles from the tip of it. 3 more griffins are coming out from the transporter, holding AK-47s in their claws. They somehow learn to walk on their hind legs permanently, that gives them an advantage because they have 2 appendages free for use. Although they have wings, they can't use them when carrying a firearm. The recoil of the gun would disturb the balance while flying. More griffins are coming out from crashed taxis, holding more firearms. All of them are wearing bulletproof vests, but they have no anti-magic effect. If you try to escape, you little baby of a nephew, then I will blow your brains out. Roars the griffin. Boss, we need to blow these vehicles out of our way. Says one of his minions in broken equestrian. Use that fucking C4. Why are you doing this to me? Whimpers Prince Blue Blood. That is normally personal, but you will die anyway, so I tell you, he whispers the words with his bark next to Blue Blood's ears, because you are at first a poor excuse of a prince, and secondly, you humiliated the Griffin country in your interview of that horse-appled magazine. But it was only a joke. I just said something biologically. Exclaims the prince. But saying griffins are poor bastards of birds and lions isn't a joke, you brain-amputated son of a bitch. Shouts Hargan into the pony's ear, making it ringing. Then he pistol-whipped the prince, making the pony howling once more. At the other side of the bridge in Maynaton, a black truck drives to the barricade made by the MPD. The rear side of the truck opens and 4 black-clad unicorns are stepping out in a big hurry. The leader of this team, Silver Vest, runs up to the chief inspector of the MPD, who stands at the barricade, a earth pony with brown coat and a browner mane. Commander 490 Silver, this is Central BCC. Multiple SPAT units are responding Code 4 to Maynaton Main Bridge for VIP rescue and rapid deployment, comes to Silver Vest's headset. Every SPAT member has a headset. Officer Vest, we were trying to start a treaty with the Griffins, but they are declining every time. Says the chief inspector, then we sent some unicorn officers, but they took fire and now they are scattered in the perimeter. Are they okay? Asks Silver calmly as the rest of his team takes position behind him. Yes, they confirmed that they all are okay, but they are pinned down behind various vehicles. The Griffins are opening fire when the officers are trying to get out from the cover. That was a stupid move, you had to wait for us, Gold follow me. Commands Silver to his team and gallops up to the other track of the bridge, which leads from Maynaton to the coast. This track is empty. Sir, the SPAT has arrived. Reports a Griffin worried. Oh, Buck, why they have to come when the party is just starting? Hargan face claws with his pistoled claw, okay, they want actions, so they get it. Give me the vest, you know what? Yes, sir. Says the same Griffin and brings a vest out of the truck. It is full with wires and bags, reading high explosive. The Griffin straps his AK on his back and walks to Prince Blue Blood, who is still in the same choke grip like before. He yanks the vest over the stallion's head and straps it on. Then he taps something in a black box and holds something in front of Blue Blood's face. It is a remote. Open your mouth. Blue Blood shakes his head. Hargan whips him again with the cold python. Do it. Blue Blood opens his mouth hesitantly. The Griffin places the remote in the open jaws and closes the snout forcefully. If you release the remote, then some pony have to wipe your remains from the bridge, grins the Griffon widely. Hargan snickers, before he drops Blue Blood on the ground and unlocks his AK. Then he proceeds to spread around the bridge, far away from Blue Blood, preparing an attack against the SPAT. Sierra 1 to entry team, hostage spotted along with some targets, horse apples, they had put on him a bomb vest. New objective received, disarm the bomb vest. Cover his back, we are en route. Fire when they turn hostile. Says Silver Vest as he continues crouching at the crash barrier of the bridge, on the empty track. Prince Blue Blood tries to run away, not losing grip on the remote in his mouth. He senses that something terrible will happen when he opens his mouth. He runs back to the direction of Maynaton. Police. Drop the weapon. Shouts Ferrum as he jumps over the crash barrier, aiming at a very surprised Griffin with his M4 Super 90, loaded with 12-gauge ammunition. At first, the Griffin seems to comply by holding his MAC-10 in the air, but then he takes off run. Ferrum has to swallow down a chuckle as he sees the Griffin running on both hind legs. It looks kinky and clumsy. Stop! Yells Iron Steel as he jumps over the barrier in front of the Griffin. He has a HK 45 SMG, loaded with full metal jacket ammunition. I give up. Don't shoot. Says the Griffin as he drops the SMG on the ground, then falling on his haunches and holding both claws in the air. His morale was very low. Tie up that idiot, commands Silver to Iron Steel as he helps Golden Plate over the barrier. Iron Steel straps his 45 on his side, then he pulls both claws behind the Griffin's back and secures them with the anti-magic hoof cuff. It works on Griffins, too. For example, Pegasi and Griffins need magic to use their wings. I want a lawyer. Says the Griffin angrily. You have nothing to say, says Iron Steel back firmly. Entry team to TOC, suspect restrained and secured, ready for transport. Roger that, please proceed with your objectives. Suddenly, Golden Plate feels something zipping nearby his head, breaking the sound barrier. Some griffins aimed their weapons at the group of SPAT unicorns and opened fire. All of the SPAT find cover behind various cars, and Silver Vest unzips a stinger from his pocket. He pulls the pin and throws it over the car to the griffins. It is already too late for them to react. Bash! The rubber balls blasted against the griffin's coat and feathers. Too distracted and disorientated from the pain, they don't notice the unicorns jogging up to them. Drop the weapons. Do it now, shouts Golden Plate, aiming with his pepper sting gun at the griffins. 2 of the 3 are complying immediately. Empty claws. The first griffin places his AK carefully on the ground. I surrender. The second griffin looks at the SPAT unicorns as he drops his MAC-10 on the ground. No, shouts the third griffin and aims at Silver Vest. Ferrum instantly reacts. He pushes the trigger of his semi-automatic shotgun, sending a load of shrapnels into the griffin's armored chest. The 12-gauge pierces through the vest and finally connects with the chest of the griffin. The impact throws him backwards as he falls to the ground, dead. Suspect neutralized, exclaims Ferrum. Entry team to TOC. Suspect killed. Roger that. EMTs notified. The 2 griffins are letting yelps out of fear. Stay quiet, you, says Golden Plate as he restrains the claws of the first griffin. Silver Vest ties down the other griffin. TOC, this is entry team. Suspects taken into custody. Understood, keep it up. Sierra 1 to entry team, Bombified Prince is just a few cars ahead. Main target walks up to your position. Render him incapacitate. Do not hit a vital spot, we need him alive, says Silver Vest to Quickscope via his radio. Can't do that right now, smoke is blocking the visual contact, replies Quickscope. A burning car is on the bridge and the smoke flies high to the air. And right behind the smoke is Hargan, along with a few griffins. Golden Plate spots something moving behind a bus. He raises his pepper gun and shouts, "Get out! Officer Blinky! Don't shoot!" says the unicorn mare as she steps slowly out from behind the bus, holding a Glock 18 in her magic grip. Find cover, we are settling this down, Silver Vest commands to the mare. The other officers are behind us, I was pinned down by suppressive fire from the griffins, says Officer Blinky as she climbs over the crash barrier, to walk on the empty track back to Manhattan. The SPAT unicorn are approaching Prince Blueblood's position. Soon they meet Hargan with his remaining crew of griffins. Drop the weapons, put your claws up, shouts Silver Vest. SPAT, shouts the griffin next to Hargan and raises his AK. Shoot, shoot, exclaims Hargan and fires a short burst at the SPAT unicorns. A bullet finds unfortunately its way into Silver Vest's right shoulder. He lets out a whine of pain as the impact of the bullet pushes him back a little. Ferrum grabs him by his healthy foreleg and pulls him behind a car. Iron Steel jumps behind a taxi, peeks out from the edge of it and opens fire at the griffin left to Hargan with his .45. The .45 ACP FMJ bullets are piercing easily through the griffin's body, vest and chest. Another bullet crushes through the griffin's head. 2 or more shots in the chest and 1 shot in the head is the safest way to end the life of a suspect who endangers the lives of others. I'm out, shouts the griffin right to Hargan, drops his AK and leaps up in the air. Silver Vest has already recovered from the pain and just sees in time the griffin flying up in the air. Stop. The griffin does not respond, he just flies higher and higher. Silver Vest takes carefully aim with his cocked M4A1 carbine. Normally, the recoil would bash out the weapon from a unicorn's magical grasp. And holding it in a stronger magical grip would leave the unicorn fatigued after a short amount of time. So magic experts like the well-known Twilight Sparkle found numerous spells to enchant parts of objects that works like a magic magnet. It amplifies the magical grip around an object and holds it steady. The enchanted parts of his assault rifle are the handle and the grip under the muzzle. A short burst echoes through the air. The M4 bucks wildly in Silver's magic, but he manages to hold it with little effort. The second sound is from the Griffin, who howls in pain. The bullets hit his right wing and parts of his legs. But he is alive. Entry team to TOC, suspect hit and in need of medical attention. Roger that, notifying EMTs. Buck. Yells Hargan as he sees his minions either neutralized, secured, or incapacitated. He runs to a bus and with a short burst of his weapon, he shoots down the glasses of the doors and slips inside. There are still civilians in the bus. The passengers of the bus, a school class, are clearly frightened of the presence of an armed Griffin. Hargan grins widely, he still has some cards in his life-threatening game. He switches his weapon to the Cold Python, grabs the nearest filly and points the weapons at the filly's temple. The filly starts to weep bitterly. "I want to go to my mommy. Please do her nothing," shrieks the mare teacher fearfully. She slips from her seat and approaches the Griffin. One more step and she will die. Hargan let his claw slip at the trigger of his weapon. Then he spots the SPAT unicorns approaching the bus. He shoots once at a window, breaking it. The ponies are screaming in terror of the loud noise. "Same to you, cops. One more step and I will shoot her into next year. Then I will kill every pony in this fucking bus," roars the Griffin. Here Sierra 1, visual contact with main target. He stands in a "Incapacitate main target immediately," commands Silver Vest through his radio. It is a big surprise and shock for every pony in the bus as suddenly a sickening crush sounds through the bus, before Hargan's arm let loose of the filly and his body falls backwards at some seats. The bullet pierces right through his leg, breaking through the femur. But Hargan is too proud to scream in pain. He breathes the immense pain away. Target incapacitated. Golden Plate walks to the bus and heads inside. He looks at the ponies in the bus. All of them are wearing terrified expressions in their faces. "We are the good guys, but please stay inside the bus until we cleared the bridge," he says calmly to the ponies to relax them a little. Then he looks over at the quivering form of Hagen. Golden Plate picks up the weapons the Griffin dropped. "TOC, this is entry team. Suspect hit, secured, and ready for transport." "Roger that, continue mission." Neutralize Hargan claw completed. Bring order to chaos completed. Golden Plate walks out from the bus, and readying his weapons. "We are rendezvousing with Prince Blue Blood, my goodness," says Silver Vest as he and his team finds the quivering form of Prince Blue Blood. He still holds the remote in his mouth. "Pleef dofsen tea of me," whines the prince. The once so snobble and proud nephew of the Solar Princess is transformed into a waterfall of tears and whimpers. "Calm down, Prince, and hold still. We will get you rid of your vest," says Ferrum, and he straps his weapon on his side. "TOC to entry team, request a sitrep." The Griffins wore him on a bomb vest. Report Silver to the dispatch. "Stay where you are and secure the area. We will send a bomb team to your position." "No time for that, TOC. We are going to disarm the bomb by ourselves." Meanwhile, Ferrum takes out his plier and opens the box where buttons are placed on it. His eyes widens as he sees the insides. A counter is inside, instead of wires and logical circuits. The counter shows the number 20 and it is counting down. That means he can't just cut through the blue wire and it ends. Horse apples, that thing is ticking. 20 seconds. "I'll use magic," exclaims Ferrum worried. He drops the plier and his horn begins to glow. A stream of light comes from the tip of it and streams down to the box. "T fenty fesconf? Fhat are fu talking about?" asks Prince Blueblood, more and more worried. Unfortunately, the whole vest is enchanted with the anti-magic spell and it rejects Ferrum's magic. 10 seconds. Boss, what can we do now? Asks Golden Plate, quivering. That bomb has a large effect radius. 50 meters, at least. If we just cut him out, the bomb will explode. If I try to disarm it, it'll explode, too. And if we try to teleport him out, boom, too. Exclaims Ferrum. He knows the types of bombs. The apprentice of SPAT includes recognizing bombs, the type of explosive, explosion radius, and disarming them. This bomb is rarely to find and difficult to make. But every try to disarm it in any way can trigger it. Silver Vest looks around, at the bus filled with little fillies and colts. If he does not make the right decision, all of them are going to die. I have a bomb, shouts Prince Blueblood through his teeth. Help me with throwing him over the bridge, says Silver monotonously as he straps his M4A1 on his side. 5 seconds. Whitefoot. No. No, no, no. Repeats Prince Blueblood over and over as the SPAT members are grabbing his legs with their hooves, lifting him over the fence. And with a little push of magic, the white stallion falls from the bridge, screaming through his teeth. 2 meters above the surface of water, the counter hits 0. A flash of light occurs where Prince Blueblood was once before a loud deafening roar makes all ears of ponies ringing in a radius of 2 square miles. The pressure wave makes the bridge shaking once, throwing the SPAT unicorns from their hooves. The fillies and colts are screaming in horror as the bus shakes violently. Some windows of cars are breaking, sending thousands splitters of glass in the air. Then everything goes silent. For a few seconds. TOC to entry team, are you okay? Entry team, do you copy? Entry team to TOC, we are okay. I'm injured a little, but it's not serious, says Silver to the dispatch. Golden Plate looks over the fence. Not even a piece of vest remained after the explosion. TOC, this is entry team. Blueblood didn't make it out. Rescue Prince Blueblood failed. TOC to entry team, there is nothing more to do, come back to HQ. Yes, sir, MPD officers can now take all restrained suspects into custody. Celeste arrests his soul, says Iron Steel as he walks to the fence of the bridge, before he takes off his helmet and holds it at his chest in a sorrowful manner. We have to report Prince Blueblood's death to Her Majesty. Silver hangs down his head. His first failed mission. Chapter 8, 43, Leaf West Road, Sweet Apple Acres, High-Risk Warrant Service. Warning, this chapter contains sexual content. Briefing audio. Commander 240 Silver, here is Central BCC. Yuan, go ahead. You are requested for a high-risk warrant service and possible hostage rescue at Sweet Apple Acres in Ponyville. Multiple SPAT investigators recovered 3 dead and heavily mutilated filly bodies 2 days ago, Unicorn Sweet Belle, Pegasus Scootaloo, and Earth Pony Apple Bloom. The bodies were lying in a thick bush at the ground of Sweet Apple Acres. Applejack, the co-owner of Sweet Apple Acres, could not be found at the time as we send some investigators to the farm and ask civilian Big Macintosh for them. He behaved suspicious. Today, the laboratory found Macintosh's DNA on all corpses. Briefing, this is a zoo. Some days ago, several civilians reported the smell of decay coming from the farm's orchard. As they called the Royal Guards, we were called for the incidents by them, because Royal Guards are not trained for that. As our SPAT investigators found 3 messily crippled filly bodies, they immediately went to the farmhouse and asked for Applejack. Applejack was absent, as well as Granny Apple Smith. Only her brother Big Macintosh was on the farm. He behaved usual, saying nothing much, but our trained investigators could recognize a hint of nervousness from his voice and facial expressions. They recovered the corpses and brought them to the morgue of SPAT. All of the bodies has shown signs of harsh, blunt and brute force, Usage of knives and brute rape. The stomachs were sliced open and some of the intestines were missing. The bones were crushed, not only broken. We had set up an observing team a few days later on the town hall of Ponyville to overwatch the farm. They had a good sight. After a while, around 3 p.m., civilian Fluttershy walked up to the farm and into the house. 10 minutes later, she walked out with Big Macintosh and to the barn. After a half of an hour, Big Macintosh walked out without her. His body has shown signs of fatigue. These signs are clearly not signs of something romantical that happened between him and Fluttershy, so it seems he kidnapped her somewhere on the farm. Even before nightfall, she did not come up from the farm. A few hours later, Big Mac returned to the barn and was not seen later afterwards. Before nightfall, Granny Smith Apple arrived on the farm. She did not seem too aware of the situation on the farm. We thought it would be fruitless to ask her about the incident. We have got the clearance for a high-risk warrant service, since the laboratory found his DNA on the bodies of the dead fillies. The sniper team, consisting of Quickscope and Zeiss, are with us. Zeiss is on the town hall and covers the barn with a AWM, whilst Quickscope hides in an apple tree with a Remington SR8, covering the window to the bedroom of the house. Entry. Main entrance of the farmhouse. Objectives: neutralize Big Macintosh. Rescue Fluttershy if she is still alive. Civilians: Fluttershy, 21, animal caretaker and element of kindness. She was not seen after a half 3 p.m. We must act fast to find her. Applejack, 22, co-owner of Sweet Apple Acres and element of honesty. She has been absent as the investigators asked her brother for her. Granny Applesmith, 78, owner of Sweet Apple Acres and grandmother of Applejack and suspect Big Macintosh. Her hip is in a generally bad shape. Suspects: Big Macintosh, 31, brother of Applejack. He lived on the farm since he was born there. He never showed signs of suspicious behavings before. His DNA was found on all 3 filly bodies we have recovered. Summary: March 14, 2135. 43 Leaf West Road, Sweet Apple Acres. High-risk warrant service. Night has fallen over Equestria. The stars were twinkling on the clear night sky and the moon illuminated everything in a smooth gray, as 4 black-clad unicorns were stepping out from a chariot near at Sweet Apple Acres. Commander 240 Silver, this is Central BCC. Multiple SPAT units are responding to Code 3 at 43 Leaf West Road in Ponyville at Sweet Apple Acres for high-risk warrant service and possible hostage rescue. Please stand by. Like always, the mayor of the dispatch announced the start of the mission to Silver Vest. They were standing now in front of the large farmhouse. Light came out of one of the windows. Silver Vest took out a sheet of paper with lines written on it. It shows the ground map of the farmhouse. The light comes out from the kitchen. Some pony is still in there, Silver Vest said as he put the map back into his pocket. Elements, stack up on that door and check the lock. He points with his hoof at the entrance of the farmhouse. Copy, says Ferrum and follows suit. He and the rest of the team are taking position at the door frame and he checks the lock with a simple and quick magic spell. It's locked, orders. Pick the lock, keep it quiet. With picking, Silver Vest meant opening a door with a plier. The plier was multifunctional and can open doors with ease by breaking the locking mechanism of it. On it, boss, Ferrum drew out his plier and started to pick the lock. He was equipped with a silenced MP5. Almost everyone of the SPAT team was equipped with a close-distance weapon. Long-barrel weapons like the Colt M4A1 carbine would hinder the user to operate with the weapon in a small corridor, for example. So Silver Vest was equipped with a pepper sting gun. Golden Plate had a HK.45. Only Iron Steel had a long-barrel weapon, but it was the less lethal shotgun. Here is Sierra 1, unknown contact in the bedroom of the farmhouse. Be advised. Doors open, Ferrum said as he drew his plier back. Make entry and clear. Ferrum opened the farmhouse door and sprinted inside, followed by the rest of the team. Clear, continuing forward. Golden Plate exclaimed as he looked up the stairs of the main hall. Steel, it's clear. Area's clear. Silver Vest took the advantage of this moment and reported to the dispatch TOC, we have made entry into the house and are continuing forward. Copy entry team, proceed with extreme caution. Suddenly, all of them could hear a screeching sound coming from behind the closed door of the living room. Silver Vest took out his opti wand and began to mirror under the door. As he was doing that, his teammates were taking position around him, each of them facing a different direction. They were providing cover. If a suspect shows up, they are already ready for him. One civilian, open and clear. Go when ready. Silver Vest demanded. Understood. Granny Applesmith sat in her rocket chair, rocketing back and forth while reading a book named The Fall of Luna. This book explained the descent of Luna into Nightmare Moon, but in a more dramatic way. Mostly of it was untrue, like Nightmare Moon was part of Luna since she was born, which was nonsense. Granny Smith then asked herself where Applejack and Big Macintosh could have been, as suddenly the door of the living room swung open and 4 black-clad unicorns were dashing into the room. Hooves in the air. Get down now. Golden Plate yelled, aiming with his .45 at her. Her heart skipped a beat at the sudden intruders. But her heart was in a generally good shape and in a state of a 19-years-old pony. After a few moments, she took a deep breath and snarled angrily at the SPAT unicorns, how dare ya to break into my house? Lady, this is your last chance. Get down or I will put you down. Iron Steel replied firmly, tapping with his hoof at his less lethal shotgun. Of course it was harshly to talk to an elderly mare like that, but it was the standard procedure, take every pony in custody. Until the contact has been secured and cuffed, even civilians are counting as threats. Aiming guns at a lady. Granny Smith muttered as she sat from the rocket chair onto the floor, holding her forehooves in the air. She thought of trapping the unicorns in a verbal war, but the sight of the green-painted shotgun changed her mind. Take her into custody, Silver Vest said to Iron Steel. Said unicorn followed suit and began to tie up Granny's hooves with hoof cuffs. Entry team to TOC, civilian secured and ready for taking into custody. Roger, trailers are notified. If I dare to ask, why are ya here? Granny asked and looked up to the unicorns with a serious expression. Big Macintosh is responsible for the death of 3 fillies, Silver Vest said, not saying the names of them. If it was about to tell a civilian about their missions, then they kept information about missions short and clear. Ma little Big Mac wouldn't do such a thing. He is a kind and loving pony. Granny said rebukingly. Where is he? Ferrum asked, magic tightening around his weapon at the thought of Big Mac hurting a mare. Around that time, he must be in the bed, but I didn't find him there. So he must be in the old apple cellar of the barn. I didn't saw Applejack for 2 days now. Granny said. We gonna go there. Gold, follow me. Silver said as he trotted outside. The rest of the team followed him. The barn was just a few 10 meters away and soon they were in the side perimeter of Sniper Pony's ice. TOC, here's Sierra 2. Entry team spotted. He was a 49-old unicorn pony who served in the SPAT force since it was founded. Around the last time, he was in holidays and had a great time in Hoofington with his wife and daughter. The entry team has switched on the flashlights on their weapons. They find the trapdoor to the apple cellar with ease. It was located right next to a pile of rusty pieces of metal. As they were approaching the door, they all could hear mumbling and gagged screams. Silver Vest took out his opti wand. Noppany visible and he checked the lock with a quick spell, unlocked. Open and clear. All of them were taking position around the trapdoor frame, before Silver Vest opened the door with his right hoof and jumped down into the apple cellar. His squad mates were following him. Holy Star Swirl the bearded Iron Steel gasped deeply. The north side of the apple cellar was covered in dried brown blood and rotten pieces of organ. The cruel scent was stinging in the nostrils of the SPAT unicorns. Golden Plate and Silver Vest were about to vomit on the ground, but they swallowed their stomach contents down quickly. The west side wall was covered in pieces of newspapers. Ponyville Killer. The Philly Ripper. The newspaper of the last 2 days were hanging on the wall. But why Granny Apple did not get a hint of Apple Bloom's death? Maybe because Big Macintosh took the newspaper before she could get the chance to read it, or simply she never reads the newspaper. And she did not get suspicious about Apple Bloom's disappearing because she might thought the little girl was on a big slumber party with her friends. Directly under the wall of newspapers lied a mattress on the ground. And on the mattress lied a blue and green punched Applejack. Her tail was tied on her back with a rope, her nether regions visible for every pony in the room. The SPAT unicorns decided to be good stallions, so they were avoiding the view of this with their hooves. Her whole face was wrapped in bandages, her mouth was additional gagged with a rope. "TOC, we have found Applejack in the old apple cellar of the barn. She needs medical attention. Be advised of the scent, you might have to wear gas masks." "Understood, EMTs are coming when it's clear." "Sir, here's a door," Ferrum said. "At the opposite side where Applejack lies is a rusty metal door. Mirror under it." Ferrum did what was told to him and he began to mirror under the rusty door. After he checked, he drew his opti wand back. "Our suspect and a hostage are in there. Drop a bang and clear." Fluttershy screamed through her gag as Big Macintosh whispered as he had his way with her, "Don't do much trouble for Ma, yeah no. It'll make everything all easier." Tears were streaming down her face while she shuddered all over her body in pure shock. She just went to him to say sorry to him about his little sister's death, making him comfortable. To let him know that he has friends in Ponyville. He seemed to be happy, and then he asked her if she has time to help him with something in the barn. She followed him, and then everything she suddenly felt was the impact of a hoof on the backside of her head. When she woke up, she was tied on the wall with ropes in an unknown room. She panicked instantly as she spotted Big Mac with a rusty knife in his mouth. Big Mac said she would now have the best time in her life. He would not do what he did to the 3 fillies if she just complied. She tried to use the stare at him, but it had little to no effect, and then the hellicious time of her life came. And now, all of a sudden, the door of the room opened with a swift move. Fluttershy managed to catch a glimpse at the door and spotted 4 armored and black-clad unicorns. One of them threw something in the room. Bash! Everything she sensed now was a blindness in her eyes and an annoying hissing sound in her ears. Then she felt something zipping past her face and Big Mac fell off from her. As she regained her senses, she looked around and spotted Big Mac surrounded by the black-clad unicorns. She could read police from their vests they were wearing. "Police! Get down!" Silver Vest shouted. Iron Steel shot a beanbag round at Big Mac's shoulder, filling the insane work pony with more insane pain. "Yeah, all should go to hay. Get away from my ground!" Big Mac snarled, gritting his teeth in pain. "Deploy taser." Big Mac had enough time to figure out what a taser was as Golden Plate used the device on him. 10,000-volt pure electricity were waving through his body and he screamed in pure agony. "Get down and show me your hooves!" Ferrum yelled, and holding the muzzle of his silenced MP5 at the stallion's snout, almost sticking it in his mouth. He glared at the workhorse with an enraged expression, but that was unseen due of his balaclava. Big Mac only managed to grunt as he holds his forehooves in the air. He surrendered, fearing more of the advanced weapons the Spats have. After Silver Vest restrained the workpony's hooves, he reported to the dispatch, "TOC, this is entry team. Main target secured and ready for transport." "Roger that, proceed with your objectives." "Neutralize Big Macintosh completed. Don't tell Ma Grandma, please." Ya could not tell her. Big Mac whined. Now he was the pony who cries. You have nothing to say, Ferrum said in his usual deep voice. Meanwhile, Golden Plate took care of Fluttershy. She was still quivering like mad, but calmed down at the realization of being rescued. But her body did not show a single sign of blunt force, bruises or cuts. Big Mac just used her as a toy. Don't worry, you'll be safe soon, Golden Plate said, trying to comfort her. Entry team to TOC, we have Fluttershy in the old apple cellar of the barn. She is alive, but in need of psychological assistance and probably medical assistance. I haven't seen injuries, but safe is safe. Understood, EMTs notified. Rescue Fluttershy if she is still alive completed. Thanks, Fluttershy muttered as Golden Plate unstrapped her from the ropes. Then he supported her weight while escorting her outside. Good work, entry team. Another mission finished with success. Chapter 9, St. Faust Hospital Ponyville, VIP Rescue/Rapid Deployment. Briefing audio. Commander 139 Silver, here's Central BCC. Yeah, I listen. Yuan, TAC 1, a SPAT team is requested by Princess Luna at Command Post to St. Faust Hospital in Ponyville for rapid deployment and VIP rescue. After Princess Twilight's coronation, she has been attacked by a group of well-armed unicorns at her library at Horsepath 21 in the late afternoon. Her guards could save her, but she was hurt during the process. She was brought to St. Faust Hospital in Ponyville, but her guards left her alone in there. Then the probably same group of before got in the hospital and shots were heard. Then nothing after. Okay, we're on the way. Briefing, today, a new princess was born, namely Twilight Sparkle. She had formed a new magic, the magic of friendship, and she was raised to a licornhood by Princess Celestia. The coronation of her had been held successfully, without any disturbances. However, as she was in front of her library with some royal guards, they have been attacked by a well-armed group of unicorns. The bad thing is, they were not equipped with crossbows and casting some advanced offensive spells. We did not get a concrete information at this moment, but we had assumed they had advanced weaponry since the magical shields could not hold back the attacks for long. She has been injured during the process, injured foreleg, so she was brought to St. Faust in Ponyville. They have the best equipment there, and it was believed that she could have left the hospital in a few hours. But it never happened, as a closed chariot stopped in front of the main entrance and many unicorns rushed into the building around midnight. Due to the, how we can say it, incompetence of the royal guards, there was nothing that could make up her safety. She was left alone in the hospital without any guard. Shots were heard, no question anymore, they have firearms and nothing after. A few civilians informed Princess Luna about this incident. She instantly called us. We surrounded the complex and locked it up. Nothing can come in and nothing can come out without being spotted by our eyes. We assume that the attackers are belonging to the new Equestrian Army for Democracy, NEAFD. They always had sent blackmails to Princess Celestia. Objectives? Rescue Princess Twilight Sparkle. Rescue all civilians. Bring order to chaos. Entry, west entrance of the complex. Suspects, unknown amount of well-armed unicorns. We think all of them are belonging to the new Equestrian Army for Democracy. They wear bulletproof vests made by the same manufactured from where we get our stuff. Civilians, unknown amount of doctors, nurses and ill patients. Summary. September 6, 0030. Hospital Lane, Ponyville. St. Faust Hospital. VIP rescue/rapid deployment. We do not accept such an vile act against a princess, and mainly, under the starry sky of ours. Princess Luna shouted in her own anger. Relax, princess. My stallions will bring the situation under control, Sunny Bonds said, trying to calm Princess Luna down. Silver Vest jammed the door with a door wedge after the last of his teammate came through the doorway. They were in St. Faust Hospital now, to rescue Princess Twilight and civilians from dangerous beings. Silver Vest activated his radio begin of mission. Commander 139 Silver, here is Central BCC. Silver, Stallion, Chariot Unit 1 are responding to Code 3 at St. Faust Hospital in Hospital Lane for VIP rescue and rapid deployment. Please stand by. The mayor from the dispatch, the Pegasus Miss July, announced the start of the mission for the protocol. It was nighttime and Luna's moon hung from the top of the sky, as the red and blue blinking lights from the SPAT chariot shone through the windows of the entrance, creating a slight creepy light effect. Silver Vest was equipped with a GB-36, loaded with full metal jacket ammunition. Despite the fact of a hostage rescue situation, it was necessary because the suspects wore bulletproof vests. His sidearm was a taser gun if he decided to go less lethal. Golden Plate was equipped with a Benelli M4 Super 90, loaded with 12-gauge slug shots. Slug shots are not ordinary buckshots, they are just consisting of a massive round rough of the size like the barrel of the shotgun, but slug shots were not very accurate, so he had a Glock 18 with JHP ammunition as a sidearm. Iron Steel was equipped with a HK-45, loaded with FMJ ammunition. Since he was the oldest, he chose an old gun, namely the M1911, loaded with JHP ammunition. The last one, Ferrum, was equipped with a grenade launcher which could be loaded with batons, flashbangs, stingers, or CS gas grenades. He decided for flashbangs. This weapon was also a new gadget in the inventory of the SPAT. For going lethal, he had a Glock 18 with FMJ ammunition. They were in a corridor that led to another door. As Miss July announcement ended, Silver Vest stepped forward. Follow me, I take point. Roger that. As they trotted through the door quietly, they were immediately confronted with a gruesome sight. For Celestia's sake. Golden Plate muttered. Right next to them stood a bed of a patient. The patient, an elderly mare, was still inside, but several holes were stamped in her body, mostly in her chest area. TOC, this is entry team. We have a DOA here. DOA meant dead on arrival. A victim, or even suspect, had been killed before the entry team arrived. Copy, proceed with caution. In front of the reception lied another pony on the floor. A large pool of blood surrounded it. The SPAT turned their heads away from the sight, as Golden Plate reported. Entry team to TOC, got a DOA here. A few gasps could be heard from the radio. Understood, notifying the EMTs. Suddenly, a TV which hung at the wall went on and a reporter Earth Pony mare appeared on the screen. She seemed to stand in front of the hospital as she began to speak. Thank you, Flywell. Today, Princess Twilight has been attacked after her coronation and was brought here to the St. Faust Hospital in Ponyville, where apparently gun ponies entered the building around midnight. According to a reporter, SPAT have just entered the building to bring the situation under control. Silver Vest shook his head. This mission was going to be a total bust. TOC, the TVs are on and those damn reporters are giving intel about our entry. Get them off the air. Consider it done, entry team. Cutting the cable connection. The reason for his command came from the fact that there are more activated TVs in the hospital and the suspects could get the knowledge of the SPAT presence in the hospital. Outside, Sonny Bonds placed his headset on the table and trotted to a reporter team. The same mare from the TV stood there, talking into the camera which was held by a griffin. Sonny Bonds took out his pliers and grabbed the cable with his hoof. With the other, he cut the cable with the pliers. Hey, what are you doing? We were on air. The reporter mare exclaimed, shocked. The real question is, what are you doing? You endanger the mission of my team. Sonny Bonds stated flatly. Princess Luna, who witnessed this scene, chuckled shortly. The SPAT captain trotted back to the command center and put his headset back on his ears, like nothing happened. As the SPAT entry team proceeded to walk to a door, leading to the library of the hospital, they could hear faint whispers and sobs. "Oh, please don't kill me. Quit whining. I ought to kill you right now." Silvervest mentioned his team to stop before he took a glance through the window of the door into the room. A armored unicorn with orange coat and a short-cut red mane, equipped with a Gal submachine gun, was cornering a white nurse with a Red Cross QD mark. Silvervest instantly knew how to deal with this open, bang with launcher and clear. "Harley hooves movin' up," Ferrum said, smirking through his balaclava. The rest of the team took position around the door. Iron Steel opened the door and Ferrum fired immediately a flashbang into the room. "Bash! Move in, go go go!" Silvervest shouted before they headed inside. The poor gun pony rubbed his eyes, but he was smart enough to not fire his weapon spasmodically. Silvervest was the first who stepped in the room, so he secured the east side of the room. Ferrum was behind him and secured the north side as he pointed his Glock at the suspect. Golden Plate and Iron Steel surrounded the pony. "Police! Drop the weapon and hit the floor." The gun pony dropped his weapon immediately, too shocked to react to anything. It all happened too fast for him. "I'm down, don't shoot." "Suspect has complied," Golden Plate said, but he kept the sights on the pony. Silvervest put out a pair of hoof cuffs, before he pointed at the nurse. "Zip her up." "TOC, this is entry team. Suspect secured, ready for arrest." "Copy, trailers notified." "Why tying me up? I thought you were going to rescue us. Don't leave me here." The nurse protested as she was tied up by Ferrum. "Entry team to TOC, civilian secured and ready for evac." "Understood, night guards come in when it's clear." "Area's clear now." They left the room and back to the corridor, to proceed the clearing. Ferrum reloaded his grenade launcher. He pushed the barrel open and rejected the empty cartridge with a swift move before he pushed a new, full one in. As they trotted silently, they could hear steps from around the corner. Without saying any word, they pressed themselves against the wall next to them. "I thought I heard something." A voice came. The voice belonged to a unicorn with a black mane and red fur. Just as the pony walked around the corner, he stared in the muzzle of a readied and unlocked GB-36, a blue aura surrounded it. "Freeze. Drop the weapon or I will put you down," Silvervest said calmly. The pony did not have any other option as to drop his own weapon, a Benelli M3 Super 90. He sat down on his haunches and held his forehooves in the air. "I dropped it. I give up," said the pony just as he was restrained by Silvervest. "TOC, this is entry team. Suspect secured and ready for taken into custody." "Well, keep it up. Nopany was supposed to get hurt." The pony muttered, saying that he did not expect that his friends were going to shoot innocent ponies. The SPAT members were not responding to his statement. Instead, Silvervest commanded to mirror a room to Iron Steel. He did so like he was commanded. "Two armed suspects and a hostage, male, seems to be a doctor. The hostage seems to be in a safety place, so we could sting the room." Silvervest glanced on Iron Steel's Opti-1 screen. The threatened pony crouched behind a bed, while the armed ponies were chatting to each other. "And when we can outta here? When the boss will kill the princess of friendship? And why he needs so long? Ask him. Maybe he wants to make this process unforgettable for him, you know, that happens not every day." Silvervest shuddered after what he just heard. Those ponies just want to murder a princess. But why? "TOC, we've just found out that the suspects will be trying to exile Twilight Sparkle with death." "My gosh, copy, stay sharp. Open, sting and clear," Silvervest said as he took out his own stinger grenade. Ferrum took position at the handle of the door, Silvervest positioned behind him, stinger grenade in his magical grip. Iron Steel and Golden Plate were standing at the other side of the door frame. With one swift move, Like a well-oiled machine, Ferrum opened the door and Silver Vest threw the grenade immediately into the room. It landed some meters in front of the gun ponies. Where it exploded, there was the sound of bouncing rubber balls on the room's surfaces. The balls hit the unicorns and one of them dropped his weapon instantly in pain and shock. However, the Dr. Pony just screamed in fear after the device went off, but no ball had hit him. "Get in there, guys!" Silver Vest shouted. "Get down on your haunches and hooves up!" Iron Steel shouted with his powerful voice, while Ferrum covered the situation with his loaded grenade launcher. "I give up. Don't shoot." One of the unicorns dropped his weapon, an MP5, and sat down on his haunches. "No mercy!" The other pony shouted, but he was rubbing his stomach area, already recovering. "Drop the weapon. Do it now!" Silver Vest warned, but to no avail, as the unicorn raised up his weapon, a Scorpion SMG. "He won't get down." Golden Plate warned. The SPAT leader curled his lips in a wicked smile as he unholstered his taser gun and fired it at the suspect. Gaga! The unicorn fell on his stomach, his body convulsing with electricity. He dropped his weapon during the fall. "Hooves up!" Silver Vest shouted loudly as he reloaded his taser gun. The taste pony writhed on the ground, but holding his forehooves in the air. He feared more of the taser gun. Silver took out a pair of hoof cuffs and restrained the pony. Some say that less lethal weapons are more gruesome than lethal weapons, because they can cause a lot of pain or bring the order of somebody's organism into chaos, for example, CS gas. TOC, this is entry team. Restrained suspect ready for arrest. Understood. Be careful. Iron Steel's gaze wandered over to the bed. A sign was placed on it. Princess Twilight Sparkle. 23. Injured foreleg. A giant cake was placed next to the bed and Iron Steel commented, "And a pony want a piece of cake." "I'm not touching that piece of horse apple," Ferrum said. He had a dislike for cakes since he went once to Sugar Cube Corner and the cake he ordered exploded. It was a prank cake, but this was enough for him to never go again to Sugar Cube Corner or to eat cakes. "Looks like they called the big guns," the Dr. Stallion said as he calmed down. "Get down and hooves up," Golden Plate commanded. "But I didn't do anything," the doctor protested as his hooves were placed on his back and restrained by Iron Steel. Entry team to TOC, civilian is okay, restrained and ready for evac. Copy, notifying trailers. They went further through the first floor and checked every room, but there were no suspects or civilians anymore. Except for entry team to TOC, we have a DOA here. A young Dr. Pegasus Stallion, probably an apprentice, lied under a table, dried blood on his lips and several empty holes in his stomach. Roger that, proceed with your objectives. A last look in an opened room with the Opti wand mirroring a room, but there were no further beings. First floor clear, we are continuing to the basement floor. We haven't found Princess Twilight Sparkle yet, so we assume she must be there. Understood, proceed with extreme caution. They found the basement door, thanks to the map they had, and trotted down the stairs. As they trotted, Silver Vest could hear faint scared whispers. They were coming from under the stairs. "Get out!" Silver Vest commanded loudly as he lined up the sights at the pony under the stairs. "Oh, thank the police," the horrified beige unicorn mare stated, before she pointed with a hoof at the corridor which led deeper into the basement. "They went that way, Twilight was with them." "Was she alive?" Ferrum asked, worrying for the sake of Twilight. "Yes, aside from her injured foreleg, there were no other injuries present," the mayor said. "Okay," Ferrum said as he walked up to her, to restrain her hooves. "No hard feelings, okay? You'll be safe soon. I hope you get us out of here." The mayor sighed. The last times were filled up to the brim with chaos. "Follow me," Silver Vest said as he walked down the corridor. Around the next corner, there were the loud and rough words from a stallion. You are unworthy for a princess. Do you know what? Princess Celestia just made you to a unicorn, because then she has more time for herself. And which country you should rule? The black unicorn said. Princess Celestia made me to an unicorn, because I found a new magic, namely the magic of friendship. That fulfills the harmonic balance of Equestria, and this voice belonged to Twilight Sparkle, who was held by another unicorn in a chokehold. Blah blah yada yada, can your magic of friendship protect you of that what is to come? Namely a .357 full metal jacket ammunition round. Through between your eyes? In your head? Shredding your useless brain to more useless rubbish. No, you wouldn't. Twilight's voice changed to a whimper of fear. I'm gonna show you. Team, we have to move fast, Silver Vest ordered and mentioned via hoof sign for a very special tactical action. Twilight tried over and over again to use her magic, but every time she tried it, the unicorn who held her punched her horn hardly, which ended painfully for her. And the stallion in front of her already unholstered his weapon and brought it to her forehead, which made her hyperventilate. She could feel the cold iron on her skin. Pow, pow. Twilight opened her eyes. She was not dead. The stallion who was holding her lied on the ground, whimpering painfully. The other one stumbled a little and held his foreleg, whispering incoherent curses under his breath. Twilight heard a whistle behind her, so she turned around. Silver Vest peeked around the corner, silently waving his hoof to himself, mentioning to make her way over to him. 2 bullet casings were lying on the ground next to him, smoking. Twilight trotted over to him slowly, she was under a heavy shock. She stumbled, but Silver Vest catched her. Ferrum, bring her to high ground, he commanded to said teammate. They could not confront the stallion as Twilight had been with him, they could have risked her shot by him. Ferrum strapped his weapon at his side and wrapped Twilight's healthy foreleg around his neck. Hold tight, I will bring you out of here. With that, the two made her way up, leaving Silver Vest, Iron Steel, and Golden Plate alone. Rescue Princess Twilight Sparkle completed. TOC, we have Princess Twilight. She is okay, but she needs a haul of a relaxing time. Ferrum will be at high ground in any second with her. Copy, we'll be waiting for them. The injured stallion looked around, before he let out a yelp of anger as he found Twilight nowhere. Silver Vest walked around the corner and commanded, drop the weapon and get down on your haunches. No. The unicorn yelled as he pointed his cold python at Silver Vest. Bosh. The sound of a massive slug shot leaving the muzzle of a shotgun echoed through the hospital. The unicorn fell with a grunt to the ground as the 12-gauge slug round pierced right through his shoulder, incapacitating him with unrestrained pain and agony. Of course his shoulder was covered with the bulletproof vest, but the slug shot had not any problem to pierce through it. Suspect down. Golden Plate said aloud. Silver Vest trotted up to the pony he injured at first. The FMJ ammunition pierced through the muscle, but no vital spot has been hit. Entry team to TOC, suspect injured and ready for pickup. Copy, proceed with your objectives. Golden Plate trotted to the other pony, while Iron Steel covered the situation with his UMP-45. The slug shot pierced through his shoulder and grazed the lung. It was not exactly necessary, but he threatened the life of an officer, so he had to be injured before things could get worse for the entry team. TOC, this is entry team. Injured suspect secured. He's in a pretty bad shape. Roger that, EMTs notified. Bring order to chaos completed. I think we should look for other remaining civilians, Silver Vest said. They did not check the laboratorium in the basement. One of the door signs read laboratorium, so they headed inside. The room had a giant table in the middle, and a lot of test tubes and distillation tubes were on it. I always hated chemistry. Iron Steel said, remembering the bad times in school as he made his table exploding in a chemical lesson. In a corner of the light, a injured earth pony on the floor, whimpering. The green mare with blonde mane held her hind leg in pain. Silver Vest examined carefully her wound and cast a first aid spell to stop the bleeding. TOC, this is entry team. Civilian injured, but alive. Notifying the EMTs. Copy, got it? Rescue all civilians completed. Basement clear. We have cleared the hospital, night guards may come in and take all restrained ponies to transport. Silver Vest said into his radio. Good work entry team. Go back for debrief. They strapped their weapons on their backs, safety switched on, before they walked upstairs. As they went, they met some night guards, taking the restrained ponies out from the building. I know how this works now. The SPAT come in and bring order to chaos. And after that, we come in and bring every pony out of the building. A night guard mare said. Yeah, the SPAT are pretty awesome. Her friend, a stallion, replied. As they headed outside, more night guards were waiting outside in front of carriages which bring the suspects and civilians into custody. In the command center, Ferrum was talking to Twilight Sparkle, to calm her down with questions about born alicorns and ponies raised to alicornhood. What is the difference? Well, I won't get older than normal unicorns and I'm not immortal. If I would have found out that I'm immortal, then I don't want to be a princess. Twilight explained. Yeah, Ferrum said, scratching his chin, that would suck, seeing your own friends dying and so on. Thank you, for saving the life of other ponies, including mine, Twilight whispered, before she leaned forward and kissed Ferrum quickly on his right cheek. His cheeks went immediately red in embarrassment. Princess Luna trotted up to Twilight and embraced her with her 4 hooves. The new princess returned the hug by her own. Ferrum's job was done here as he went to his squad mates who were talking with Sonny Bonds. And how many bullets did you use? Sonny Bonds asked. 1 flashbang round, 1 taser gun cartridge, 2 5.56 and a slug shot round, Silver Vest answered. The captain asked for rounds, not for thrown devices. Sonny Bonds clapped his hooves together and pointed at him. That's exactly how I want to get a mission done. Thoughtful and efficient use of firearms, and less lethal force comes to first place. A damn good job you 4. You made me proud. We meet at the headquarters. Thanks, sir, the 4 said in one unison. They felt proud of themselves. Sonny Bond turned off, to talk to the Night Princess about a fair punishment to the suspects. The entry team went back to their carriage, to drive back to HQ and to write the reports. The paperwork is the most nerve-wracking work in SPAT. Chapter 10, Ponyville Town, High-Risk Warrant Service. Briefing audio. Commander 36 Silver, Emergence Situation Service TAC 1, here's Central BCC. Yuan, go ahead. A SPAT is requested at Ponyville for a high-risk warrant service. Suspect Trixie bought the illegal alicorn amulet 1 day ago. She then proceeded to put Ponyville under lockdown. High caution is advised when it comes to the term of encountering her. Roger that, Silver out. Briefing, 1 day ago, around midnight, our suspect Trixie bought the illegal item, the alicorn amulet. It is an highly advanced object which gives the wearer a lot of magical power, similar to the magical power of an alicorn, like one of the princesses. The bad side is, it changes the wearer's behavior of the amulet to a villain-like being. And secondly, it was highly illegal. The third and most mainly fact, she put Ponyville under lockdown by putting a gigantic dome of glass or fishbowl over the town. A thrown-out civilian gave those intel to an undercover SPAT investigator who was on his way to the town. We will try to make Trixie get rid of her amulet peacefully, then we will take her into custody. If she attacks us, we will strike back with Plan B, since this was the action of a young childish mare. Objectives? Neutralize Trixie. Destroy the alicorn amulet. Bring order to chaos. Suspects: Trixie, 23, Her occupation is being a magician. She was not so successful, so we assume she bought the illegal alicorn amulet to get being rich and famous. Summary. 2 p.m., June 14th. Ponyville Town. High-risk warrant service. It was a sunny day, the sun shone warmly on the dome of glass which surrounded Ponyville. A young childish mare with the name Trixie with inferiority complexes summoned the dome of glass after she threw out a local of the town. The local Twilight Sparkle was taken by surprise as she was put into a little magical competition by Trixie. Trixie won with ease because she had bought the illegal alicorn amulet. She overpowered Twilight Sparkle and after that, she threw the loser out. Twilight was being busy by thinking about a plan how to talk with Trixie and mainly, how to get back to her hometown, while a black magical driven chariot stopped a few meters in front of the dome of glass on the main road of the town. The sides of it had 4 letters. SPAT. The rear opened with sudden and 5 black-clad unicorns, silver vest, golden plate, ferrum, iron steel, and Zeiss jumped out. The leader of them, Silver Vest, activated his radio to listen to the beginning of the protocol's record. 36 Commander, here's Central BCC. Silver, Stallion, Chariot Unit 1 are responding to Ponyville for high-risk warrant service. Came from Silver Vest's radio. That's a hell of an bowl, muttered Iron Steel as he knocked at the glass with his hoof, which resounded with a deep growl of the glass. Zeiss checked his HKPSG-1 a last time, since his position had the greatest responsibility. His weapon must not be jamming when he gets the sign to shoot at a target. He also had to find a good spot for his work. Bring a C4 charge, we'll make a new doorway, Silver Vest commanded. Ferrum followed suit as he jumped back into the chariot and came back with a little green bag. He reached over it to Silver Vest, who took it and sticked it at the dome. He then opened it and took out a little remote after he activated the charge. They took position behind their chariot. Silver Vest held the remote in his magic as he waved 3 times with his hoof. At the 4th time, he pushed the button on the device. Boom! Little and large pieces of glass were flying everywhere as the concussion blowed them to every direction. They had to use C4, because C2 is not strong enough to blast away a large piece of glass from a glass bowl like this one. Move in, go. They walked past their chariot and through the whole of the dome. It was big enough for an alicorn, so they had no problem. Their plan was not to blast the whole dome, it would panic the suspect who cast the dome. Zeiss looked at the roofs of the houses and after a few ones, he found one with a window. The house was pretty near to the edge of the town and it would have a good view to the streets and marketplace. He knocked at the door, which was opened by a young mint green unicorn mare. His teammates stopped and provided cover if Trixie decided to show up and try to attack them. "Excuse me, we're from SPAT and need your roof for a sniping position," Zeiss said politely to the mare. The mare looked at first extremely confused, but then she decided this was an emergency situation, guessing from the dome surrounding the town. "Yes, come in," the mare said and stepped to the side to let Zeiss in. He nodded to his squad mates. They could continue their mission, as they nodded back and headed deeper into the town. This was an half lethal high-risk warrant mission. The plan was easy. When they encounter Trixie, they would try to settle her down peacefully and just ask her to come with them. But if she goes berserk and use the amulet's power to attack the officers, then it was quick scope responsibility to end it. They galloped fast when they were in streets and alleyways, but when they were approaching a corner, they slowed down and looked around the corners with Golden Plate's Opti-Wand, who held the gadget in his magical grip at the ready. A few streets later, a chubby green colt and a thin orange but taller colt galloped past them. "Why should we look after a quake at the dome, snails?" the chubby one asked. "Because the great and really powerful Trixie feared of unwanted intruders," the thin orange said, but then he spotted the SPAT ponies. "Hey you. Did you see any suspicious ponies?" Nope," Silver said, as he looked to his friends with a wink. Okay, but thank you anyway. The orange said, smiling, and mentioned his chubby friend to move up to the edge of the dome. As they galloped around the corner, the SPAT ponies began to laugh. Ha ha ha, that was a good one, Silver. Iron Steel laughed as he wiped a tear away. He never have laughed so good in his age. Golden Plate sat on his haunches and howled in laughter while Ferrum leaned against a wall, also laughing. Silver Vest laughed tears, too, but after a while, he said, "Okay, calm down, we have a mission to do." Trixie was sitting in her comfy golden bed, which had been being pulled by Snail and Snip, but as a mysterious sound shook through the dome, followed by a loud thunder sound, made her uncomfortable, she then sent them to check it out. She was ready to throw out Twilight Sparkle again if she decided to show up again. Trixie looked at her alicorn amulet. Its orb was glowing in a red-crimson aura, but that did not matter to her. After all, she was the bearer of powerful magic now. "Hey you!" some pony shouted. It was male and it sounded commanding. She did not like it when she was being commanded by some pony other. She turned to him with a groan of annoyance, but then she was quite amazed by the sight of a black-clad unicorn, who stood some meters in front of the bed, pointing a green-painted object at her. Silver Vest was a little bit nervous at that point as he aimed at Trixie with his less lethal shotgun. He did not know if she would know about the SPAT weaponry and she could summon a strong magical shield. If that is the case, then they have to go lethal and tear the shield apart with the lethal weapons. Magical shield can be strong, a alicorn's shield is much stronger. But Noppany can hold the shield very long if the pony is being continuously attacked with powerful weapons. The SPAT even tested the force of a alicorn's magical shield, by inviting Princess Celestia. She cast a shield around an object, a normal card box, and then the SPAT proceeded to fire at the shield with their weapons. The results were, rather surprisingly for Princess Celestia and perceptibly for SPAT. 126 x 9 mm FMJ rounds, 25 x .357 FMJ Magnum, 94 x 5.56 mm FMJ rounds, 13 x .223 FMJ rounds, 19 x 12 gauge slug shots or 6 x .50 BMG are required to tear apart a alicorn's shield, but a normal one. The strongest shields were not tested. All tests were supervised by medical ponies, and Princess Celestia should warn the SPAT if she felt different during the test. But she felt nothing out of the ordinary. All in one, she was pretty well entertained due to the introductions and loud sounds of the weapons. And of course she and her guards wore ear protection. Trixie looked with utter surprise at the SPAT pony and sighed in relief. Phew, Trixie thought it was the puffy Twilight. "What do you want, silly head? Put your amulet away and Noppany gets hurt," Silver Vest said. "No. In no way," Trixie shouted, as her eyes began to glow in a red aura, as well as her horn. Silver Vest magic tightened around the trigger of his shotgun, but he did not shoot. "Stop it! Or we have to put you down," he shouted as he trotted backwards. Trixie jumped from her bed and aimed at him with her red glowing horn. A red beam came from the tip of the horn. Silver Vest had barely enough time to dodge the beam and found cover behind a cart. He activated his radio to the SPAT sniper Sierra 1, "It's your time." Zeiss was keeping the cross of his sniper rifle at Trixie all the time. As Silver Vest's command came to his ears, he said back, "Understood." Then he zoomed in at Trixie's neck and aimed up the cross. He fired. The empty cartridge left his sniper rifle as the bullet pierced through the air. It traveled a short time but a long distance, before it met finally its destination. Namely Trixie's necklace, the alicorn amulet. It was a well-calculated graze shot, but the impact was great enough to destroy the linking part of the amulet. Trixie felt a heavy punch at her neck as she felt the amulet sliding off from her throat. It fell to the ground with a noticeable clink, followed with a thunderclap coming from the PSG-1, echoing over Ponyville. "Hit!" Zeiss said through his radio. "Then let's get her, guys." Silver Vest shouted. His squad mates came down from another alleyways and they quickly galloped up to the dazed Trixie, who was processing what just happened. But before she could do anything, Ferrum and Golden Plate jumped on her, rendering her defenseless as they held her limbs tightly. "Ah! You're hurting me!" Trixie shouted, however, talking in first pony. But they were not bothering to be gentle with her as they cuffed her hooves together with the anti-magic hoof cuffs. "Entry team to TOC, we have the suspect, secured and restrained, ready for taking into custody. Good work, proceed with your objectives." Neutralized Trixie completed. While Silver Vest covered the situation, Iron Steel walked up to the on the ground lying amulet. He stared at it for a short moment, before he drew out his breaching shotgun, pointed at it and fired. The breaching round connected with the amulet with great force, tearing it apart to little pieces of metal and crystal. Instantly after, the dome of glass disappeared, popping like a soap bubble. "TOC, this is entry team. The Alicorn amulet has been destroyed. Nice work, team. Come back for debrief. Destroy the Alicorn amulet completed. Bring order to chaos completed. What did I do wrong? I've hurt Nopany." Trixie protested loudly, but the Spats ignored her. Instead, Silver Vest commanded Ferrum to bring the chariot into the town, to put Trixie easily into the chariot without carrying her. Ferrum nodded and galloped off. He galloped past a lavender unicorn mare, who looked after him in disbelief. Twilight Sparkle went into the town through the hole in the dome, to look what was the Spats' business. She gasped deeply as she spotted Trixie tied by the Spats. "What by Tartarus are you doing? Despite that she threw me out of the town, she has done no harm." Twilight shouted as she galloped up to Silver Vest, Iron Steel, and Golden Plate. "Maybe, but the Alicorn amulet was in her property," Silver Vest said calmly. "And?" Twilight said, extending the A ludicrously. "The Alicorn amulet was an illegal item." He answered in a matter-of-state tone. Twilight blinked in surprise and confusion. "I didn't know this, so if she has done something illegally." She looked over to Trixie. "Sorry, but I can't help you. You brought yourself into this. I could help you reconsidering, but if you did something illegally and the police is after you, I can do absolutely nothing." Trixie looked up to her with glassy eyes. At that moment, the chariot came by and the rear side opened. The Spats put Trixie into the chariot and drove back with the suspect to the HQ for custody. Epilogue. Trixie received a fair punishment from the princesses, containing excusing herself to the locals of the town and hundreds hours of social work in educational institutions, kindergarten and school. As she excused herself to Twilight, the Lavender Unicorn took it easily and said, that every pony does something that Nopany would like.